A very good afternoon, everyone. And thank you so much for joining for this discussion on action plan for solid waste management for Thiruvananthapuram. Um, just before we start, a few housekeeping rules. If you all could mute yourself, um, please, there'll be a discussion as we proceed further in today's meeting. And then you all will get a chance to share your viewpoints. So please uh, mute yourself and keep. Okay. Um, Jugesh, can we control that? I hope I think we can't, right? Okay, may I please ask everyone in the group to mute yourself, and whenever you're given, the dais to share your thoughts, do it then. Everyone will be getting an opportunity to share your inputs for this action plan. So I'm Swati. I'm Swati Singh Samyal. I'm a waste management specialist with UN Habitat India Country Office, and I'll be moderating today's discussion. I think we have a long course due, so without wasting any further time, I'll ask my colleague Parul, who's the country program manager for UN Habitat India office, to give her opening remarks. Over to you, Parul. Parul, can you please unmute yourself?
Thank you. Thank you. So yes, good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm welcome for sparing the time to join us at this online forum today. We really look forward to a nice and engaging discussion. Broadly, as you know, that urbanization and the urban sector is an important agenda towards meeting the sustainable development goals, and the contribution of our cities is will be extremely valuable in meeting the targets. At UN Habitat, we are mandated with providing cities, our partners and stakeholders, with support on SDG 11, which is to make our cities and human settlements sustainable, safe, inclusive, and resilient. And towards this, in India, in keeping with the priorities set by the government of India and also by different states, one of the core focus of our programs is on waste management and how the waste sector can contribute not just towards meeting the environmental goals to keep our cities clean and healthy, but then also it has strong linkages to improving the livelihoods in communities with lot of focus on informal sector, informal workers who constitute a major part of making sure that this whole sector is functioning. So with that in mind, and with that focus, keeping that focus in mind, UN Habitat in India and in partnership with our experts in our headquarters, we have developed a tool called or a larger program which is called the Waste Wise Cities program. The intent of this overall program is to strengthen evidence-based planning that could inform policies and projects for the cities. We understand that without good data, without good understanding, it is very difficult to make informed decisions and to also then negotiate on various platforms when it comes to requesting resources or financial resources in the implementation of programs. So we have had the opportunity, and we really welcome the partnership that the Thiruvananthapuram Municipal Corporation has extended to us to be able to work with you and to implement this tool, and from this find generate new learnings that can then feed into um, developing good programs and to really demonstrate that a large municipal corporation like the size of Thiruvananthapuram can bring about big transformations by conducting studies over a small time span. So we really hope that the discussion today, where the team here and the experts will share the findings from the study, can lead to good projects that can then give us a very concrete pathway on how to take this forward to be able to work with state governments, the municipal corporations, national governments, and other donors in making sure that we are able to make some impactful transformations on ground. So I really sincerely thank the support that has been extended to us by the officials from TMZ during the surveys, and also to be able to find time to participate today. And we look forward to a very engaging dialogue with all the official stakeholders and my colleagues who have joined us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Over to
much,
you,
Parul.
Sophie.
Yeah, thanks, Parul, for setting the stage. As Parul rightly mentioned, we started this project sometime around December 2020, and it's almost been a year and a half, wherein not only with the deliberation from Trivandrum Municipal Corporation, but also with the help of local support, we were able to do a detailed assessment study utilizing the Waste Wise Cities tool about which Parul just mentioned. Before I go into the details of the study and the findings, and then as we proceed with the discussions further, I will now invite Secretary Thiruvananthapuram Municipal Corporation, Mr. Binu Francis, for a special address. Mr. Francis, could you please come in?
So audible?
Yes, yes, you're audible, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, the whole team, for conducting this study. And we are very glad to know that this kind of things have happened. And this is an interesting thing. And what are the findings which we have to edit to analyze and get the inference? See, that Trivandrum is one of the vibrant city in Kerala, capital city, having an area of 214 kilometer square area. And now the population is around 10.6 lakhs. The next second one in corporation is Calicut Corporation, where area is around 119 kilometer square with a population of 6.09. That is a difference we have. Again, we have around 400 tons of waste, and out of which around 40 to 60% is biodegradable. Now we have introduced Harita Karma Sena, which is people from the lower strata. Almost all are women Kudumbashree workers. We are chartered in a way they will visit each house twice in a week and collect non-biodegradable items. For the last 2 months, we have deployed this Harita Karma Sena in 54 wards out of 100. Within a couple of weeks, we can complete all the wards, 100 wards. Thereby, we can collect all the non-biodegradable items. So we have MRF and RRF, and whatever the non-biodegradable items collected by the Harita Karma Sena are being proceed to these RRF, MRF. There we have the segregation system and some disposal system. Some of the items are used for this resale purpose and reusage purpose. So these kind of things are there. Some legacy waste is also there, around 20 to 30%. Okay, this kind of characterization has studied is one of the domain scope of this study. So we can get some data or inference, thereby we can proceed with this kind of process only. The second thing is regarding the biodegradable waste. In Trivandrum, we have no centralized plant. That is another problem. We have plant in Velapishala that has been shut down in 2011 due to some internal issue, and the public protest is there, and PCB non-clearance is there. We have no centralized system so far. We have another system by like biogas and Tumbur Muri and some other this kitchen bin. This kitchen bin is almost 52,000 kitchen bin is there. We have around more than 3.6 lakhs households. So we have just covered less than 20 to 25% of the households to process the bio waste. Again, we are pushing to cover the whole households and institution to have this kind of bins so that we can manage all bio waste. This is a strategy we have. This bio waste can be managed by kitchen bins, and in the institution level there are bio waste where we have tie up with some of the institutions like pig farmers. Some NGOs are there, big farmers are there, and some other groups are there. They are collecting the waste from the bulk consumers, bulk generators. So this is a strategy we have. See, what is the scope of this study? That is a very interesting. Since we have no data regarding the characterization of the waste, we have an average data, some inference is there. But we have now conducted some random, it's a scientific selections of the sources so that we get a good data, quality data, by which we can strategize how we can proceed, what is our methodology. Now we have some funds from the Finance Commission grant and from the World Bank and from other plant fund, etc. So we have the potential and the capacity and the resource so that we can proceed accordingly. See, once it is published, it is very good to the Trivandrum Corporation as well as to the general public of Trivandrum Corporation, by which we can manage the solid waste problem of Trivandrum Corporation. And with this, I'm concluding. Then we can proceed with the other presentations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Francis, and thank you for being so forthcoming and open about sharing some of the challenges and how the corporation is working towards it. I'll now start with the presentation where we'll showcase the analysis. And Mr. Francis, I'd really appreciate if you could sit through for a few more minutes for the presentation at least. Yeah, so just give me a heads up. If my screen is visible, Karthik?
Yes, Swati.
Okay, thank you so much. Just a brief about the project, the name of the project under which we did this study in Thiruvananthapuram and Bangalore, two coastal cities in the country. It's called Tackling Plastic Waste in the Environment. This project is funded by Alliance to End Plastic Waste, which is a not-for-profit entity, and it's being implemented by UN Habitat in 3 countries, 6 cities worldwide. So it's presently being implemented in Ethiopia, India, and Kenya. And under the major scope of the project, it entails utilization of the Waste Wise Cities tool, which is a diagnostic tool developed by UN Habitat based on SDG indicator 11.6.1, helping cities to do a comprehensive assessment of municipal solid waste and to have more evidence-based decision-making for various projects and interventions around solid waste management. Some of the major objectives around this project are strengthening engagement with various partners in cities, predominantly the municipal actors and other major stakeholders, doing on-ground assessments and based on which mapping detailed waste flows, also addressing some of the pertinent issues in the city, for instance, leakages on the ground, especially plastics, whether it's on land, whether it's on water, and how it's affecting, the city. Based on the assessments, doing stakeholder consultations like this, with which we'll be making action plans for cities, and then strengthening those action plans by developing proposals that are focusing towards circular financing and circular economy. So these are the major steps on the project. When it comes to application of the tools, some of the steps that we did, we conducted a study in Thiruvananthapuram city in November 2021. Our team was there for 2 weeks, and the study entailed detailed on-ground preparation. We had enrolled a local NGO, Saridaya, who helped us along with the Thiruvananthapuram Municipal Corporation to conduct this survey. And these were the 7 steps which entailed preparation on the ground, conducting detailed household surveys, non-household surveys, mapping the entire resource recovery value chain, and then based on the entire study, running all the data into the assessment tool and presenting the results. So if you look at where did we apply the tool, we had chosen 9 wards in the city, which were reflective of high, middle, and low income groups. These wards were chosen in consultation with the Trivandrum Municipal Corporation, and a working team of 20 volunteers was established. And per ward, 10 households were chosen. So a sample size of 90 households for a period of 8 days, wherein every day there was collection of segregated waste from these households and a detailed characterization study was done. We started with training the volunteers. These were members from Saridaya, the local NGO that partnered with us, whom we trained on application of the tool and how would we implement it on the ground. This training was done in Trivandrum on 12th November, following which there was a just a minute, in which there was a 10-day of field work that entailed distributing bags to households, collecting the filled bags every day and giving households new bags to give their segregated waste. Simultaneously, along with the household surveys, we were also doing non-household surveys, which was mapping commercial units and tracking how do they manage their waste, and then interviewing multiple resource recovery value chain across the city for doing the recovery mapping. So from 13 November till 21st November, there was an intense field work that was carried out, showing you some pictures which can give you a glimpse of how the study happened. So you can see that these are some of the pictures from household collection and characterization, where volunteers would go collect segregated bags from households. They were asked to give their wet and dry waste separately. And we had set up a characterization setup at Manakad RRF facility, which was provided to us by TMC, where detailed characterization into 12 different components of waste was carried out with support from volunteers and staff at the RRF. Simultaneously, as I said, there was non-household survey also that was happening. So as a part of the survey, we mapped various shops, hotels, restaurants, offices, malls, supermarkets, hospitals, and other institutions within the 9 wards that were selected. However, it was quite difficult to get the samples, the waste samples from these entities. So we took a proxy, which is as per a normal estimate, about 30% of your waste is coming from non-household sources. So that proxy was applied into the tool to get to the waste generation figures. But for household level, there was a detailed characterization study conducted. As I said, simultaneously, there were extensive resource recovery surveys that went. As a part of this, over a span of 8 days, we went to about 72 entities which were MRF facilities, the 3 resource recovery centers, and various formal and informal units were surveyed to understand where the waste was flowing, where was it channelized for recovery. These are some of the pictures from the ground. And then, of course, as a part of the material resource recovery survey, we visited various apex traders in the formal and informal value chain. And information was also taken and obtained from service providers within the city. Some we met personally, some we sort of took the information through calls. Now, under the Waste-Wise Cities tool, step 5 and 6 entails doing a detailed landfill characterization. But of course here, the good thing was that the city is a 0 landfill city, so there was no landfill to do a detailed characterization study. So in order to ensure that we are able to map the waste flow and address the issue of leakages within the city, we did an extensive resource recovery survey. So from our estimation, we were able to map about 90% of the resource recovery facilities of the city, and were able to sort of get the waste flow diagram. So step 5 and 6 was not conducted as the city does not has a formal landfill facility. Now, then the next step comes applying the tool. So first what we did, prior to doing the on-ground assessment, we had taken background data from the municipal corporation. And based on that data, as you can see, this was the flow diagram that was generated. So based on corporation's data, which is from the DPR for SWM prepared by TMC for Swachh Bharat Mission 2018, the total municipal solid waste generated is around 353 tons per day, and it is being channelized to recovery facilities, about 205 tons per day. And the city's recovery rate, once we apply this tool based on Trivandrum's data, is about 58%. There's still about 42% waste which is unmanaged. So you could say this is uncollected, or this is what which is leaked, or this is what which is residual waste. And there's a collection efficiency of about 58%. After our study that was conducted in November 2021, this was the waste flow diagram that came into picture. So based on our data estimations, the total municipal solid waste generated is about 423 tons per day, about 0.44 kg per person per day. And this is being channelized to various recovery facilities, about 267 tons per day. The city's recovery rate is about 57%. There's also about 28 tons per day, which is going to disposal facilities, but disposal facilities here we are taking as some of the MRF and RRF facilities where there is no avenue to dispose. So, there is some sort of storage there to hold that waste. And of course, there's a big chunk which is uncollected, which is about 128 tons per day. This is waste which are leakages. This is waste which is not collected in some low-lying areas. This is also waste which perhaps is not being managed. So the city's collection efficiency is about 70%, and the city is able to manage 51% of its waste in controlled facilities. As you can see, the per capita food waste is quite low for Trivandrum, which is very much evident from the fact that there is a push for household biodegradable waste management at source, which the secretary also rightly highlighted. But clearly what comes out is that a lot of work has to be done to manage residual waste, and also to find solutions towards management of uncollected waste, which is a good 43-44% of the city's waste. But again, this is in sync with the city's growing challenges. Some of the other diagrams that were generated, where you can see some snapshots of an average kg per person per day waste generation, about 0.306 kg per person per day, and how much of collection is in controlled facilities, and then the variation of waste generation across income groups. So of course, for low income group, middle income group, and higher income group. A more detailed look into composition of the waste based on our assessment. Clearly, the fraction, which is your kitchen and garden park waste. So the organic fraction is quite high. It constitutes rightly somewhere about 55 to 58%. But clearly there are other fractions that are equally there. So of course, there's an income-wise distribution of composition, which is high, middle, and low, and there's an average composition. So you can clearly see composition into paper, cardboard, plastic film, plastic dents, metal, glass, textile waste. Another anomaly that we saw, and this was observed in Mangaluru also, that the textile waste and municipal solid waste, which could be household textiles or could be commercial textile. Of course, commercial assessments we haven't included here, but there have been some slight increase in fractions of textile waste also apart from the dry waste fractions. But just for your reference, these 12 fractions were characterized and studied based on the household waste samples that were taken. And this is the average composition for the city across income groups and as an average. Now, if we compare it with the last DPR report, of course, the present composition analysis can give you a more material stream detail as compared to the previous one. And in terms of recovered materials also, we were able to do a detailed assessment. So in terms of what gets recovered, a lot of it is plastic, HDPE, a lot of it is paper and cardboard, which gets recovered in the city. In fact, the city, of course, has a very good setup on channelization of most of the recyclable materials, but some of the problematic streams definitely are packaging and single-use streams, which in spite of a state level ban are an area of concern. But this is a pie chart that reflects, the status of efficiency of recovered materials within the city. Now, moving to what is leaked, what gets leaked out, what is problematic, what is contaminating our resources. So clearly, about 4,000 tons per annum of waste is still being uncollected. And most of it, as we see from this detailed plastic leakage diagram, is contaminating, is either being retained on land, either being retained on water. Some of it is being burnt as well, and some of it is going to the drains as well. But a major issue is with its contamination on the land and water resources. So if I give you just numbers, plastic to water systems per person, I mean, how much plastic is going to a water system? On an average, it's about 1.6 kg per person per year. So per person, is contributing to about 1.6 kg of plastic to the water system, and which is approximately equal to about 53 PET bottles per person per year. So this amount is almost equivalent to throwing 53 PET bottles by a person every year. So this number multiplied by the population of Trivandrum. And yeah, so I mean, these are figures of concern, and the reason why we need really strong interventions within the city to reduce leakages of recoverable material, both from land as well as water, as well as drains, and also ensure that these resources don't get burnt. So as you can see, a significant fraction is also getting burnt. A significant fraction is also going to drains and perhaps from there to the ocean. So clearly, this figure sort of highlights where is the waste flow and which areas are in areas of concern. Now, based on this analysis, our team sat down and we did major discussions, and based on which there were 4 areas where we felt the city could work on. And of course, we want to work with all of you to strengthen these priority intervention areas further, perhaps include a few more inputs to these priority intervention areas. Number 1 being waste minimization, strengthening of segregated collection, and setting up circular systems in the city. Now, Trivandrum, as we all know, I mean, as this esteemed group knows, it's established itself as a city that has worked towards setting up zero waste systems. But we clearly feel that this is a city in the country that could work further towards setting up circular systems by minimizing its waste, but also on strengthening segregated collection. There's definitely no doubt on segregation at source, and we're not even mentioning it, but we definitely feel that we need to strengthen systems around waste minimization, segregated collection, and setting up circular systems. Secondly, improve resource recovery, upcycling efficiency of MRFs and RRCs. All the MRFs and RRCs that our team visited gave us a clear picture of how efficient and robust the system is, but also that it has opportunity to further, the city has opportunity to further upscale it, revamp its infrastructure so that we also are talking about upcycling and frontier technologies and its adoption in these facilities. Third, as you also from the waste flow diagram, we have a major issue with what is not getting collected. And as I mentioned earlier, this is something which is either illegally dumped, this is something which is either getting burnt, this is something which is either lying as residual waste in MRFs. Clearly, the city does not has a sanitary landfill site. So the third priority intervention area is management of uncollected waste and rejects to stop major leakages into the environment, about which I talked about in the previous slide. And last but not the least, we feel that this is a city that could really ramp up on the work on circular financing to bring in more circular projects around resource management. So for today's discussion, and as we break into the breakout discussion where me and my colleagues will be deliberating and discussing with you, how can we move ahead with these 4 priority intervention areas? We'll be talking about these 4 major intervention areas, and need be after this discussion, we feel we want to add a 5th or a 6th, we'll go ahead and do that. So I think I'll end it here from my side before we break for the discussions, but we can spend a minute on taking some questions if there are any, or we can also take those questions in the breakout rooms where we'll have more closed one-to-one discussion with everyone.
Swati, have you done the end destination thing, or you have mapped out only till the RRF and this MCF and all? Beyond that, have you done any assessments? Does that comes under your scope? What is the end destination? Either the recycler or the processor? Did you check that out?
So Jabir, thanks Jabir for the question. I'm glad that you're here. So of course, the scope of the study entailed within the boundaries of the city. And as when I say detailed material recovery survey, it means, of course, the survey was done within the boundaries of the city. But of course, we were definitely able to locate where these resources go, how it is getting channelized, what are some of the major issues. But it wasn't in the scope of this project to sort of go beyond the boundary of the city and check where the waste is actually going. But definitely we had to stay within the limits of the city to sort of get details. Because at the end of the day, the tool sort of generates the waste flow diagram for the city and sort of gives you a snapshot of the leakages within the city. So we had to stay within the city boundary. Any comments?
Yeah, one question.
Yeah, Subesh.
My name is Bish. I am from Trivandrum. See, in this discussion, are we discussing only the non-bio waste, or bio waste is also a part of the discussion?
We're talking about both biodegradable and non-biodegradable waste. So if you see the waste composition survey, it's both for kitchen waste, organic waste, everything. So we're talking about 12 waste streams addressing biodegradable and non-biodegradable, including hazardous waste as well, that basically municipal or domestic hazardous waste that is generated in the city. I'll be sharing the presentation and the fact sheet of the city as well for your detailed reference. I think that can also give you a better clarity about it. Is Mr. Francis here?
Swati, just one more thing.
Yeah,
Does that cover under like
It's clear.
whether the enough infrastructure? Sorry, sir. But the human resource is adequate in the city for waste collection, transportation, storage, and all. Same, and also the infrastructure in terms of the RRF or other storage or the composting plants. What is the per day inputs of each facilities, and what would be the in terms of infrastructure and also human resources adequate or inadequate in the city in any specific numbers based on the quantity of waste and all. Any comparison with other cities?
Jabir, as I said, it's a very city-specific intervention, and while doing this, of course, we haven't really compared to other cities, but the priority intervention areas have been defined, keeping into account that it's a million-plus city, and a city with growing concerns, and based on which what all resources and what all revamp on its waste management infrastructure would be required. Of course, we are going deep diving into it in the breakout rooms further, but all those analysis have been done, but only keeping it centric to the city and not comparing it with others as of now, because again, it's a very different kind of city. As I said, for us, the initial task was that we had to alter our tool because it was designed to also do estimations at disposal facilities, but Trivandrum has none. So then, we had to go ahead and do a detailed material recovery mapping to find out that yes, there is a major fraction which not gets collected, which either gets dumped or burnt, and of course has to be managed well by the corporation. So yeah, those details are very much there with us. Mr. Francis, any comments from you, if you're here?
Yeah, no comments. Proceed. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. If there are no further questions, what we can do is we'll break out into 4 discussion rooms. As mentioned, we'll be taking 4 themes. Can I ask my colleagues to switch on their cameras? So the breakout room 1 will be moderated by Emily. And Emily would be discussing on awareness and capacity building with a focus on waste minimization, segregated collection, and circular systems. Breakout room 2 will be moderated by me, and I'll be talking about strengthening resource recovery interventions and how can we enhance upcycling and recycling interventions to bring more efficiency and coordination in MRF and RRF operations in Trivandrum. Breakout room 3 discussion would be moderated by Sri Kumar. He'll be looking at improvement of management of uncollected waste and disposal of residual waste from MRF RRFs to control leakages in land and marine environment. And breakout room 4 will be moderated by my colleague Karthik. Karthik will be talking about circular financing in SWM projects. So I'll ask Jogesh to help us all transition smoothly into the 4 breakout rooms. And we'll be back after a 45 to 50-minute discussion to wrap up, what we all discussed in each breakout discussion. So please stay with us. It may take some time for Jogesh to allocate you to the breakout rooms. And yeah, if you'll have any issues, all of us as moderators are there, but I'm hoping that
Swati, I had a question.
Yeah, Ribi, go ahead.
Yeah, my question is, could you please elaborate on the methodology through which you have selected the 9 wards within municipal corporation, which has around 100 wards?
Okay, so Ribi, this was basically done based on the data that was shared by corporation. And of course, Srikumar, do you want to detail out on that? Because these were, you sort of managed all those detailed considerations. Go ahead.
Yep. Yeah, Ribi, it's like this. The VACT tool tells that for a city of million plus or less than that, if you take 9 wards or 10 households and you survey for 90 households over a period of 7 days, you arrive at 90% accuracy. Your confidence level is 90 plus. Okay, anything more than 10 million, sorry, 10 lakhs, you can go for a 12 households. That's how it is. So we go as per the WAC tool. We use the tool, and the tool requires us to select the wards in different income groups. So we had a discussion with the corporation officials and selected the low income 3 wards, randomly selected 10 households from that, another middle income, another 3 wards, and 10 households each. So you get 90 households like that. Clear, Ruby?
I think she's also asking, how did we arrive at these 9 wards only? The consultations that we.
Specific, is that Ruby?
Yeah.
Specifically on these, based on the income groups, Ruby. It was like we discussed with the corporation and we selected the wards based on the income group. Also, it has to be equally distributed. But so that is how we took up these 9 wards. Clear?
Ribi, also, if it's not clear, you can take it perhaps in the breakout rooms. I think we have a shortage of time. So Jogesh, let's break into the discussion rooms, and in case there's any specific question on the study, all 4 of us have been a part of it, so you can shoot it at us. Shouldn't be a problem.
Hello. I'm not sure if everyone can hear me.
Yeah, now we can hear you. You were on mute actually.
Okay, perfect. I think it took me a second to join. So here we go. I'll just share my screen. Can everyone see the presentation?
Yeah, we can see that.
Perfect. All right, so my name is Emily, and I'll be moderating this breakout session. And I'll give you guys a little bit of an introduction on myself. My name is Emily Desjardins, and I'm from Canada, and I've been working with the UN Habitat Office in India as an intern, specifically helping with this project. My background is in mechanical engineering, and I recently completed my master's in sustainable engineering, where I focused on circular development and primarily waste management. Maybe before we jump in, it'd be great if everyone could introduce themselves a little bit. So we could just do a little brief introduction of everyone. I'm not sure if someone wants to go ahead and start us off.
Okay, so let me start with myself.
Sure.
I'm Dr. Siba Avasthi, and I am a founder and director of a private consulting firm, ICUC Consultants, which is based in Delhi. And I have around 25 to 26 years of work experience in waste management sector. And incidentally, presently we are helping World Bank in conducting a pilot study in Thiruvananthapuram for their waste management works. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
I am Sheila. I'm Sheila, Senior Environmental Engineer from Kerala State Pollution Control Board. Actually, there is statutory rules, there is always management rules here in India that is being implemented in our Kerala state also, and this is to be ensured by the Kerala State Pollution Control Board. That's our duty. Okay.
Great. Thank you. Next, we can go with. Perfect.
Madam, I'm Drew. Actually, I had been participating in group number 4, but suddenly data interrupted and I rejoined in group number 1. I also represent the Pollution Control Board. Previously in Trivandrum district as a district environmental engineer. Right now working in Kottayam district as a district environmental engineer. So we both represent same organization, the same group. You can transfer me back to 4th group, it's okay, or you can let me continue in this group also.
Okay. Either way, I can try to change your group. Jogesh is responsible for that, so I can ask him to switch you to group 4. We can have someone else present themselves. Maybe alphabetically. Bijou?
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Yes, would you like to introduce yourself?
I am Jagit Jeevan and a KSSP activist.
Okay, perfect.
Good afternoon, Emily and all. Myself, Keshwan Nair. I'm Managing Director, Clean Kerala Company Limited. We have a presence all over Kerala and also in Trivandrum Corporation. We are also into non-biodegradable waste management.
Excellent.
Myself, Damodaran from Integrated Rural Technology Center, Palakkad. And we have been working on waste management for the past several years in Kerala. And I am kind of recently joined in IRTC, like more than a couple of years. I'm basically a microbiologist.
Okay, sounds good. Do we have anyone else who hasn't introduced themselves?
Yes, my name is Srirak. I am from one of the waste management companies called Green Worms. We are working with the local governments for waste management projects. Thank you.
Perfect. I think that's everyone. So I can just start off by going through some of what Swati had mentioned in the presentation, but just highlighting kind of what we were going to talk about during this breakout session. So this is the Wastewise Cities tool flow chart, and we're going to talk about waste minimization, segregated collection, and creating zero waste systems, and developing circular systems as well. And as we can see on this slide, household waste makes up roughly 70% of daily waste in Trivandrum, which is 296 tons a day. And the recovery rate is currently 57%, and collection efficiency is 70%. And based on the Wastewise Cities tool application, the city manages 51% of its waste in controlled facilities. So those are kind of the biggest topics that we'll be talking about today.
So Emily, may I ask question in between, or we should wait for you to finish?
You can jump in now if you'd like, and we can kind of get to the discussions points later, but if you have any questions, go for it.
Okay, thanks. Actually, I have one or two small questions, right? When you say that you found out that 70% waste is getting collected, so how did you arrive at that number? Because you were doing the household survey to understand how much waste is getting generated at source. So this collection efficiency, how did you arrive at that? I'm curious to know that. And the second question is that when you mentioned that the waste which is getting generated is 423 tons per day, does it also include the waste which is being managed by the households at household level in terms of, they are having bio bins, like the secretary Thiruvananthapuram, he mentioned that they have more than 50,000 bio bins at households. So this quantity includes that, or it excludes that?
It does include that, based on the estimated outcomes from the different households that they were going to, and then estimations were escalated from that. So it should include the organic waste being managed at home. And then when it comes to the 70% collected, your question, I'm not entirely certain how to answer your question. I wasn't initially part of the data collection, so I can get back to you on that. I can ask one of my colleagues and get back to you on that answer.
That's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Because as far as my understanding is there, in Thiruvananthapuram, they are only collecting non-biodegradable waste. And in non-biodegradable waste also, they're only collecting high-value plastic.
Right.
So if you go by the composition of the waste, so that high-value plastic is really quite low in comparison to the total waste which is getting generated. So the 70% collection is a really high number, because that means almost everything is getting collected. Because if you leave apart that 30% of biodegradable waste which is getting managed at household level, then the rest of all is the dry waste. So that shows that everything is getting collected.
Right. I think here, when they're talking about the 70% collected, they are including that organic waste that is being collected at the household level, because eventually the city does take care of the management level of the at-home collection to a certain extent, based on, or specifically, they do come in and help households manage that waste when it comes to like adding.
I think Dr. Sheila would be able to say a few things about that, because as per the Kerala state policy also, the municipality is not responsible for collection of the biodegradable waste from the generators. They have to manage it at source. So almost in all the municipalities of Kerala, it is only the high value plastic or little more of other components which they are collecting, and none other component is getting collected. Am I right, Dr. Sheila?
Yes, in Kochi and Kozhikode, I think they are taking it to the centralized facility. In all other cases, they have. I think in Trivandrum also, it's a decentralized facilities here. But I think all the waste cannot be treated in the decentralized units, like sanitary napkin and all. Actually, we need some facility for its disposal. here. And another thing is that what we need is the collection that non-biodegradable waste is collected from the it should be collected only by the authorized collectors. And it should be taken only to the authorized recycling units or any other authorized places. And in that case, we can actually we can avoid any leakage of waste into the open area and any drains. We can avoid that. And another thing is proper documentation of the what is the quantity of generated and how it is disposed. Like that, we should have a proper documentation of the database of the waste generated in our state. That's also in our city also. Actually, the board is to report what is happening in the state. That is how much quantity is generated in the state, how is it disposed. For that, we need proper documentation of the waste generated in our state and its disposal. And we have to report it to the central government, Central Pollution Control Board, and there they are compiling the reports from each state and reporting it to the central government. Based on that only, proper changes in the policy will be generated. That is why we are asking for the documentation of the waste generated in each place and how it is disposed. Okay. The documentation is actually what is needed.
Yeah, actually, if I refer to the numbers which Mr. Secretary also mentioned during his discussion, that out of 100 wards of the city, the Harit Karma Sena is engaged in collecting waste from 54 wards, and only non-biodegradable waste. So as it is, there is like 54% of the wards are getting covered by the Harit Karma Sena.
Yes,
and then it is only the non-biodegradable waste which is getting collected. So biodegradable waste though nowhere is getting collected. So this 70% is something which needs to be looked into.
Actually, for a million city like Trivandrum, we have to look into it, how it is this biodegradable waste is disposed.
Right, right, exactly. So if we are looking at this waste minimization component, I'm not sure what you guys have in your mind, because when we talk about waste minimization, are we referring to our 4R or that 5R principle, where we are thinking of creating some kind of capacity programs and to make generators more aware about how they can reduce generation of waste, or you're talking about taking care of at source only so that it gets, I mean, there's nothing which gets out of the households as such.
Madam, I have one point to add to the previous discussion point. Madam, hello, am I audible, madam?
Yep, hi.
In Trivandrum, there are a number of self-help groups are working. Nearly 400 people, 400 to 500 people working for collecting organic waste along with the inorganic waste from households. What they do is they collect this organic part and transport to pickeries unit located in Trivandrum district as well as in nearby districts in Tamil Nadu. So the 70% data might have considered that also. Otherwise, the waste collection cannot be 70%. If we include a major portion of food waste being collected from hotels and households, that is eventually utilized in a sustainable manner in big farms or other farms for the production of proteinaceous material, then we can consider the 70% is somewhat accurate. And regarding circular economy also, this kind of utilization, value addition for pig farming, animal farming, or breeding black soldier fly and converting carbohydrates to protein is essential. And the non-organic, inorganic plastic collection also, compared to all other cities, Trivandrum is somewhat much better. Even it is much better than the best municipality in Kerala, it's Alappuzha. Trivandrum, the inorganic waste collection is comparatively much better. That is not only through the Haritha Karma Sena, it's mainly through the 500 odd self-help group, the private people who are working. And also we should give due credit and weightage to the scrap collectors, KSM, Kerala Scrap Merchant Association. The agri people, agri collecting people, they are working mainly on highly valuable recyclable waste material produced in household and institutions.
I completely agree with you, sir. But my only concern is that even if we are talking about 500 odd people collecting biodegradable waste from household for pig reform, then we have like around 4 lakh households in Trivandrum. And if we talk about 500 persons collecting biodegradable waste from some of the households, like one person collecting, I mean, even if we assume that one person could be collecting waste from 100 to 200 households, they will be able to cover not more than 15 to 20% of the households. So my only concern was about this 70% collection rate which was coming out. So that's why I was interested in knowing about how this number was arrived at.
Yeah, I'll bring that up with my colleagues and we can discuss that further. Maybe I'll just continue and go through these slides, and I have a couple questions coming up to prompt some more discussions. So maybe we can finish those up and then get to those discussion slides. So I'll just run through this quickly just to give everyone a brief overview. So the next one is just to outline again the household waste composition. So primarily we're talking about organic waste, textiles and shoes, and plastic waste. And as we've been mentioning, the real challenges is kind of channelization of segregated waste and the challenges that are there. And then just lastly, we have talking about the different collection methods. So formal, informal, and then uncollected and mismanaged. So that's really where the biggest problems lie. For some people, it's just not possible to have formal or informal collection. So waste ends up being dumped either on land or even water sources. And some people are bringing their waste directly to resource recovery facilities or local MRFs. So now I'm just going to go to the next discussion points, and we can go through those and open it up for discussion just so that we can get to it. So the first one is definitely, I think we've already started talking about it, but just outlining what we believe are the biggest problems. So I don't know if anyone wants to kind of give their thoughts on that. If there are any additional, I know we had pointed out, Swati had pointed out those 4 topics that were the biggest problems that we had pointed out. I don't know if anyone has any additional things to add.
Emily, if I may express my views in terms of waste segregation in Thiruvananthapuram.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I've worked in almost all the states of the country during the last 25-30 years in more than 400 ULBs all across the country, and what we found out that in Kerala, the generators are doing excellent job when it comes to segregation of waste at source. So, and maybe the reason could be for that because biodegradable waste, that kitchen waste, the municipality is not collecting. They have to manage it on their own. And in terms of dry waste also, we've observed that when these waste collectors, they come to collect the non-biodegradable component, and especially the high value component, they are very particular about the cleanliness of that waste, that dry waste. So that's why the generators in Kerala, they are not mixing their kitchen waste with the dry waste at all. And that is the best thing which is happening in Kerala. So if we have to introduce the concept of waste segregation in the city, especially at source, it is already imbibed there, and just by little bit of more um, discussion with the generators, this can be taken to the next level, where we could ask the generators to further divide it into many more streams. Because as it is, when you showed that picture, I mean that picture of one MRF which has got so many compartments for your bags, slippers, bottles, pet bottles, and different type of plastics. So there people are already, they are already aware about this concept, and I feel they are doing it well.
Very good points to bring up, and very interesting that this is already working. I've noted that down. Anyone else want to give their input?
Yeah, myself, Managing Director, Clean Kerala Company. See, actually, the segregation, as said by Madam, it is one of the best thing that is happening in Kerala. I mean, Trivandrum. That source level segregation is almost 100%. We could say that it is happening. Biodegradable and non-biodegradable segregation, separation, that is happening and in every household. And its disposal part, the collection of the corporation collects only the non-biodegradable waste that is collected by the households or commercial establishments. The biodegradable part of the component of the waste, it's a responsibility of the generator. That is the accepted principle throughout Kerala. And here there is an option that Haritha Karma Sena, now deployed by the corporation, or the service providers earlier working in the corporation, are facilitating the processing management of the what is called biodegradable component of the solid waste. Here, the new option that some people are coming and collecting the biodegradable waste from the households or commercial establishments, and they are taking that material to the community biodegradable, that Tumbur Mudi centers in the MCF of corporation. In more than around 60 plus material collection facilities are available in corporation, though it is not 100% for 100 wards. 62, I think it is 62 material collection facilities are there, and in these material collection facilities, the Tumbur Mudi windrow composting facilities are also there. Households, they can voluntarily take the material to the center, no issue, and they can entrust the Haritha Karma Sena for transferring the material to the Tumbur Mudi, that center. There is no issue, and the service providers also taking the material to the center if there is no facility or the household is not willing to process the material in their premises. That facilities are available, that is provided by corporation, and it can be well utilized by the people in general. And nowadays, as Secretary was telling, in fact, the Haritha Karma Sena, the popularization of that Haritha Karma Sena mechanism, that is now on. It is already said that 54 ward has been covered. So in very soon, I hope that very soon it will be covered in all the 100 wards. 100 watts it could be covered, and the collection system could be improved. The second part is that non-biodegradable component. Non-biodegradable component was ignored by the earlier service providers. That was one of the facts. But now it has changed, and at that time, what the corporation was doing, corporation was following a calendar system. In fact, it is first in the state that they announce in advance that during this January, they will collect glass waste, tube lights, like that. They make announcements through newspapers, and more than 55 centers will be notified. People can bring their material to that location, And each of the locations are definitely it is each of the locations are each one material collection facilities or such places. There we can deposit. There are arrangements, and we can deposit our material there in bulk quantity, no payment, nothing, and everything will be taken by corporation. And there will be another month, say February or March, that will be announced in advance, and chapels, bags, those things will be collected in that designated locations. That was happening right from the last 3-4 years. It is happening in the Trivandrum Corporation for a collection of the non-biodegradable component. Now that also changed. Corporation has installed booths in locations where we can directly deposit, and also now in 54 wards the Haritha Karma Sena is in position, and they are collecting the non-biodegradable materials by accepting a user fee from the household, say 100 rupees, I think. It is being collected from the households, and it is taken to the material collection facility. Some service providers, they are collecting the materials and segregating the material, and the segregated materials are handing over to Clean Kerala company. We have instituted a mechanism that not only in corporation, across the state, that Haritha Karma Sena can segregate the material based on 21 items, based on the 7 types of plastic and other materials. It can be segregated by them, and the segregated material will be purchased from the Haritha Karma Sena or the service provider by the Clean Kerala company. We purchase the material from them by paying the money and getting the material, and it is taken to the resource recovery facility. In Muttathara Trivandrum Corporation, we are maintaining one resource recovery facility, and there we can see that materials are classified into different category. LD materials are there, PET bottles are there, and HM materials are there, high molecular HDP materials are there, HDP bottles are there. Everything is segregated because we are collecting itself, receiving itself from the service providers and Haritha Karma Sena in a segregated manner. So we are just bailing it and handing over to the recyclers. A panel of recyclers are available with us, and aggregators are available with us, and we sell the product by material to the recyclers, and that is happening. So a value chain has already been established right from the source, segregation into non-biodegradable component, and from non-biodegradable component a collection, and a collected material again segregation by type of the material. HM material, LD material, color LD, and milk pouches, that printed LD, that is printed LD, like that. Segregation takes place in a very MCF, material collection facility, by the Haritha Karma Sena or by the service provider, and segregated material is handed over to Clean Kerala company, and also from our side it goes to the recycler. That also taking place. Now we have to increase the coverage of the households. That 70% collection that we have listed in the survey, and 70% or 80% or less than 70%, whatever it may be, still we have to increase the coverage of the households and the commercial establishments in regard to the collection of non-biodegradable components. And also what we have seen, that the quality of the non-biodegradable component is at the lower side, because the people who collect the material are not getting enough value out of the process, segregation process. Here one of our targeted discussion area is the value recovery, or the resource recovery from the waste, in fact. So here the quality of the material is very on the lower side, and the waste pickers or the collectors, they are not getting enough money out of the waste. That is one of the points that we have come across. Another thing that empaneling the recyclers from Kerala. We have to, the Sheila ma'am is available here in this panel. We have to think it again. How many recyclers are available in Kerala? Because those the people coming to us for taking the material are mostly aggregators. Recyclers are there, of course, 3-4 recyclers are there, but most of them are aggregators who collect the material from our side and transferring it to outside state, across the outside state, because their principals are working outside state. What happening to the recyclers of inside the state Kerala? That's a big question mark still before us, because we have 101 people in board of that website of the Pollution Control Board, recyclers, plastic recyclers. But I don't know how many of them are, but most of them are not coming forward to take this material from our side. We are just helpless in that. So bringing the people together, bringing them, and if they come forward to take the material from ourselves aside or other area. So any recovery facility, if they collect material, it is well and good. That is one of the reasons that I have come across. Subsequent points I will come after the other people participating in the discussion. Thank you.
Very insightful. Thank you. I don't know if anyone else wants to jump in and give their input.
I have to add one more thing. Several activities are being carried out in Trivandrum. Actually, we have to properly document all these activities, and also we have to document about the quantify the waste also that is treated and generated. And another thing is that Sir said that there are 153 registered plastic recycling units in Kerala. We have the central rule, that is the plastic waste management rules. As per the rules, these recyclers have to get the registration from the Pollution Control Board. These 153 have obtained the registration from the board, and we have listed in the website. And as per the solid waste rules also, this plastic waste, that is what we can recycle the recyclable plastic waste, is to be given to only registered recyclers. That is there in the rules. That is why we are insisting for to transfer it to the registered recyclers. Sir said that lot of units are there in Tamil Nadu. That is also we can transfer to Tamil Nadu also. But the thing is that we have to see that they have also obtained the registration from the Pollution Control Board of that state, Tamil Nadu Pollution Control Board. Then there would be any problem for the interstate movement of the vehicle from one state to another state. Okay.
Thank you. No, that's great. Anyone else have anything before we go to the next? I guess we can kind of go over all these topics, or if anyone else has anything else to add.
Can I jump to this zero waste system?
Yeah, absolutely. You can touch on any of the discussion points that are seen on the screen.
Okay. So my only concern is that when we are talking about zero waste system, so as it is, every ULB should have, I mean, apart from talking about, making generators responsible for managing their waste or doing the collection of, all kind of waste, there will always be some kind of rejects or inerts in the system which have to be taken care of in a proper manner. And that is what is mentioned in our solid waste management rules also. And unfortunately, the city does not have any landfill at all, scientific landfill, which is a major concern. And I mean, they have not even identified any land for that purpose. And I mean, this is very surprising that for the entire state, I mean, when it comes to state government or to the other agencies, I mean, I would say pollution control board as well. I mean, the city should have at least completed the exercise of identifying a suitable land to develop a scientific landfill. So that process is to be taken on priority by the, not only by, if urban local body is not able to do that, then there has to be some kind of intervention coming from the state government or a district level to help city identify the land or to provide them some kind of land where they could meet all the requirements which are like environment compliance and other compliance, and also are able to develop a scientific landfill. That is number one. Number two, when it comes to strengthening its collection and transportation system and invest on vehicles. So I think yes, definitely yes, because as it is my understanding, I mean, I disagree with the number of 70% collection efficiency. And if you look at the Harit Karma Sena workers, the way they are working, they should definitely be provided with a system for not only primary collection, but also for the secondary collection and transportation of the waste. And if we talk about collection of 100% of the waste, which is like more than 400 ton, which is being referred, I have some disagreement on that number as well, because I think it is much, much more than that. But if even if we talk about more than 400 ton of waste getting collected on daily basis, the city like Thiruvananthapuram with such large area and with so much quantity of waste should definitely have a proper collection and transportation system in place. And for that, they have to have proper system of vehicles and facilities which can help in 100% collection of the waste. I have some kind of disagreement with the household management of biodegradable waste as well, because generally the observation is that if you do not have a proper monitoring system in place, then the way composting is carried out by the generators at household level. As it is, we saw that only 50,000 households have been provided with the biobins, and there are 4 lakh households in the city. So what are the other households doing with their biodegradable waste? So, and they must be putting it either in some compost pit, or they must be, throwing it or burying it under the under the ground, because everybody has got such nice backyards and other places. And who knows, along with biodegradable waste, they are also throwing other things also, because Harit Karma Sena is collecting only high value component of the waste. What is happening to the other component of the waste? Like you have batteries, you have tube lights, you have sanitary waste. What are they doing with that? So this household management of biodegradable waste is something which is environmentally not very favorable thing, unless and until you have a very robust monitoring system in place, and there has to be a proper enforcement of that also. And we all know that it would be a humongous task to make each and every household comply with the rules and to take care of their biodegradable waste, to do it as per the proper standard operating procedure, so that there is no leachate contamination, there is no groundwater contamination, there is no air pollution, there is no rodent problem, there is no vector problem. That is something which is very, very difficult to manage. So to my understanding, 10 to 15% households who are really willing to do this kind of work and to do it in a proper manner, they may be encouraged to do composting at household level. But otherwise, we have to have some centralized system or some community level system in place where a private sector may be asked to participate. Like we have many good examples in our country. I don't know whether others know about it or not, but then in Maharashtra, there is this Pune city. They have got 6 to 7 community level biogas plants which are being managed by the private sector, and these plants have been running very successfully for the last 10 years. They are managing, each biogas plant is managing around 20 to 30 ton of wet waste, and they're producing power out of it, and that electricity is being used for the street lights, and that model is really working well. So we have to, create that kind of model for Thiruvananthapuram also, so that the system is in fully compliance with our rules and with environmental consideration, and we are able to tap each and every, ton of the waste which is getting generated at household level. This is all I have to add from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. That was great. I think when it comes to enforcing biodegradable waste system at the household level, from what I understood based on some testimonials, is that some people who don't have the aerobic bins have access to municipal bins and might be bringing them there. And then obviously there's some of it that's going unmanaged or uncollected or undocumented. And then also some people seem to be putting them in their backyards or in the land that they have. So based on that information, it is interesting. And I think that the proper documentation and reporting would be necessary to kind of get a better picture on that. I don't know if anyone else wants to.
In Trivandrum, we have now that the Karma Sena is now in 52 wards, only 48 wards left. I think by providing these authorized waste collectors, that is Haritha Karma Sena, for the entire wards, I think we can prevent the leakages. And another thing is that we can provide them with the electric vehicle for transporting the waste from waste, and already we in Trivandrum we are having the aerobins, that is at the community level. They are having the composting facility at the aerobins in Trivandrum. I think we have to make it more to work it to more properly, effectively. They have to work. These aerobins already provided. And then regarding that, I think earlier speaker, Ms. Seema, talked about that landfill. Earlier, the landfill concept of landfill is that we can dispose the entire waste in the waste in the landfill. But as per our recent rules, there is a solid waste management rules. The maximum waste we have to minimize the waste. That we have to recycle the entire waste, even the plastic waste which cannot be recycled, which is having the calorific value, is to be used in co-incineration like cement plant. Like that, we have the rules. In that case, only a very small quantity of rejects will be there. Rejects will be only because already it's a segregated waste, and only a small quantity of rejects is there. And in Kerala, I think they are going for sanitary landfill at regional level. Then they have to identify a big sand landfill is not needed. A medium size landfill either be at region level. We have to find out the land for establishing such landfills.
Dr. Sheila, if I may just respond to one of the things which you mentioned, because everything you said is absolutely right, and I agree with you on all the points. My only concern is that even if we talk about 10% of the rejects or inerts that need to go to the landfill for a city generating more than 400 tons per day, this comes to a number of nearly 40 to 50 ton on daily basis, which is not a small quantity. So that system has to be there. And if we are talking about regional landfill, that concept is a very good concept, but then we'll also have to look into that particular aspect where this 40 to 50 ton per day of the waste is to be transported to that landfill on daily basis. So that landfill has to be, it should be ideally within, 50 to 100 kilometer periphery of the city. And within the city also, there has to be some system in place where these rejects can be stored temporarily. That is number one. Number two, you talked about the community bins for composting, Thamburmuzi model. So these Thamburmuzi models are really a very good concept, but unfortunately there, when we put the biodegradable component of the waste, and because of, these heavy rainfall condition in the city, and because of having two monsoon seasons in Kerala state, the composting process gets very much slowed down. And instead of what should be happening in 40 to 45 days, we are not able to achieve our final compost even in 60 days or 70 days. So from that point of view, my infrastructure requirement increases tremendously if I try to, adopt that model. And then what is happening to the end product? When we are talking about zero waste system, we have to make sure that the compost which is getting generated should also be consumed. But in terms of utilization, what is happening to that compost, that is also something which needs to be looked into very carefully. If it is meeting our compost quality standards, or if we are able to sell it in the market at a good rate so that these models are able to run effectively. In fact, for the dry waste also, because they are only collecting high value waste, then we have to have some system in place to take care of these, not so high value recyclable components. Like we have these bags, these slippers. That's a huge problem. There has to be some system which we'll have to create to take care of those components of the waste. Good quality plastic anyways has always found the takers in the market. But I think our focus should be more on that component of the waste which does not have many buyers in the market, and for which we have to have a system in place so that it also gets utilized in one way or the other. Thank you.
Yes, madam, you are correct. Biogas plants are better than composting. It's correct. And then for the as a million city, surely we should have a that sanitary landfill. We have to identify place for that. And earlier the sanitary napkin and all these things are also disposed in the sanitary landfill. But as per our rules and now as per the order of the National Green Tribunal, we have to dispose it in the common biomedical incinerate in the common biomedical facility or waste to energy plants. So far we don't have any waste to energy plant in Kerala, but we have the common biomedical waste treatment facility incinerator in Kerala. We can take these collect these sanitary napkin and we can dispose it in the common biomedical facility. And this the quantity that is reaching the that sanitary landfill can be reduced.
Completely agree with you on this, ma'am. I completely agree with you on this.
Can I intervene with a small information from my side? So this is in continuation with what Ms. Seema and Dr. Sheila has spoken. We IRTC are supporting technically the Kundangulam waste management plant, where we are dealing with windrow composting. We are supporting windrow composting, and there, I think right now we are working with the 6 ton per day bio waste, and that is processing leachate free, and it's not Tumbur Muri model. Anyway, it's not the Tumbur Muri model, and that is in a covered manner, and the composting as per the this organic waste standards, they are of very good quality, and they are able to sell it in a like hot cake in a very good manner. So I think Sheila ma'am must be knowing about this Kundangulam set. Just an input from my side.
Kundangulam is a model city.
No, I just wanted to say that okay, biogas plants may be better or than other systems, but the windrow composting system is making compost is not a bad thing, or that is effective. We have already proven in several places that it's effective.
No, not at all. Technology anywhere, whether it is composting or biogas or incineration, I personally feel, being an environmental engineer, each and every technology is good and has got many plus points in its own sense. It is just that its applicability and suitability has to be looked into very carefully when we are, when we suggest some kind of technology for some specific city. So my only concern is that for a place like Kerala and especially Thiruvananthapuram, where we have such heavy, monsoon season, more than 3,000 millimeter of, rainfall, the moisture content tends to be on higher side, and it becomes more difficult to do the composting. So when we have other options like biogasification, where you can get very good quality of biogas out of the same type of waste which you are managing, then why not go for that? That was my concern.
You are absolutely right into one side, but what we are doing here, the windrow system, we don't. That is in Thrissur, Kunangulam, that's in Kerala, where there is still the rainfall is the same, but we are not facing any kind of such issues there.
Yeah, because
Maybe
it is
due to the way
no,
of.
I will tell you, sir, that you must have provided 100% monsoon coverage to
Yes,
your
yes,
windrows,
yes,
and you must be doing lot of monitoring of the system. You must
yes,
be
yes.
doing lot of aeration to it, and I'm sure that your your curing part and your this decomposition part must be taking more than 45 days, because generally we keep them for 45 days in windrows and then we pass on after refinement to the curing section, where we keep our compost for another 2 weeks time for its further stabilization. I'm sure you must
Exactly,
be taking
exactly.
more time than that
No,
for
no,
that.
it's not taking more than 40 days. It's taking about 30 to 35 days to the maximum. We are using the microbial consortium, which works faster.
So you must be adding some husk to that to take care of the moisture
Yes,
content, am I right?
coir pith. We are adding coir pith to make it
Yeah,
leachate
exactly.
free, absolute leachate free.
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
So
So
I'm not sure where you are located. If you are somewhere in Kerala, you are
no,
you
no,
may have
I
Kunangulam
can.
Province is a small plant. I think it's around
Yeah.
1 ton per day. It's a small
5 TPD, 5 TPD,
5
5
TPD.
ton per day. Yeah.
Now, in other cities, that is in Kollam, Kannur, and Palakkad, they are going to construct a waste to energy plant there. Waste to energy plant means there is a biomethanation plant, biogas plant, big biogas plant only. They are going to set up these plants in waste energy plants, that is biomethanation plant in other cities. I think in
Okay. Hi, everyone. And if it's possible, can I have your cameras on? I think now it'll be good to sort of see everyone's faces. No push. If you're not comfortable, perfectly fine. Okay, Jabir is here. I think we can start. So let's have a little round of introduction, know each other, and then we can break into the discussion. The idea is to take your inputs for the action plan document that we are preparing for the corporation, of course, with support from them, and based on which we'll also be developing a few circular proposals. So a lot of the concept and meat and matter for the proposal for implementation will come from these discussion notes. And of course, all your contributions will be duly attributed. So let's start with Saurabh. If you could briefly introduce yourself and pass it on to the next person. Yeah.
Sure, sure. Hi, Swati. This is Saurabh Bothra, and I represent Reliance to End Plastic Waste, basically a secondary from Gemini Corporation. I'm a project advisor, project implementation department, and looks after majorly all the projects in India, along with Esha, my colleague. Esha could not be here, so I just representing her as well, and happy to be here and discuss it out. So maybe pass on to Jabir or Subesh. You want to go first?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm Jabir. I run a plastic waste management organization in Kerala called Greenworms. We have been in this space for the last 6 years, and we do operates. We don't have stronger operations in Trivandrum, but we have facilities in Calicut and Cochin, respectively. Yeah, looking forward. Yeah, Nagesh.
Subesh, over to you.
Yeah, my name is Subish. I represent an organization called We Care Environmental Solutions. We are operating in Trivandrum since 2013. So we are dealing with bio waste and as well as non-bio waste. I am working in this organization as a technical lead of the project.
Okay, thank you so much, Subesh. Vivek?
Hi Swati, hi everyone. So my name is Vivek and I'm working as an technical expert in GIZ. So we also have a project focus on marine litter, focused in Trivandrum. We are about to start and do the activities for the state and yeah, looking forward for the engagement.
Thanks, Vivek. Can we hear from Srijit? Srijit, am I audible? Or are you able to unmute yourself and introduce? Okay, there's representative from Kerala State Pollution Control Board. And there's someone on hold. Okay, let's start. I think we otherwise we'll lose on time, and I'll just share my brief discussion slide for your reference. Just a minute. But any comments on so far, the analysis, of course, at one go, it can be too overwhelming, but any initial comments? Do you think this will further help the city? Because when we went, of course, there was no data. But through this intervention, of course, we were able to generate data. And of course, the next is that what you do with it. So any initial comments, and do you think it'll support the corporation or even support other stakeholders who are working in this area? I mean, all these results and graphs and charts. Of course, we'll share a more formal fact sheet with all of you, but any initial thoughts and comments on the same?
Swati, if I may, can I?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Yeah, actually the results are really overwhelming, like a comprehensive assessment across the value chain. That's when within the framework of the corporation. That's interesting. But one thing that I would like to know is like, was there a demarcation on the informal, formal sector recovery? Clearly on that aspect, and how much is the percentage for each of the sector? If you have found anything, that would be really interesting.
Yeah, we have those details, Vivek. I mean, in fact, more or less, they work in coordination with each other or in sync. But based on assessment, somehow the informal support and channelization comes out to be about 50 to 55%. So almost, of course, the corporation has set up infrastructure for material collection. There's Clean Kerala company, and there are a few other formal stakeholders that are there. But there is an equally weighed informal sector who are there as apex traders or intermediate traders. So we have done those as a part of the detail assessment, and that entire mapping is very much a part of the study. Yeah.
So that also will be part of the report that you will be releasing?
It'll be a part of the fact sheet that we'll share with you. Yes. Saurabh?
Yeah, thanks, Swati. I mean, what we miss at most of the time is the good data, and with the good data you can do a good planning. So I really appreciate what the work has been done by you and to bring out that data point. And I also compliment Vivek's voice, where we need to see the whole value chain as such. I understand the presentation is brief, but I also think that we have already mapped the whole value chain, because to be honest, isolation of a project becomes difficult. So you cannot start from at one point. You need to map all those factors. Either they are already mapped and you need to integrate, or maybe you need to start building those channels, because right from the household level till the material is being processed, we need to have the chain. So I'm just looking forward, maybe those you will open up now, because I think you have done a detailed study. But with those ideas, I think we could see what recycling and upcycling project could be there.
No, that very much is generated as a part of the study. I think Srikumar, who's looking into the informal collection in the other breakout room, I think he'll be showcasing all those charts and figures. But yeah, I mean, as a whole, we'll be sharing a detailed fact sheet. Also for your reference, Saurabh, because we are doing this project with Alliance, we can also share the entire tool and what all it has covered. because most of this data will not, we won't be able to generate the waste flow diagram as well as the plastic leakage map unless and until we map and put in all those details. And if it's not there, it will give a very faulty scenario. So anyways, we had to go down on the ground and do all those recovery mapping to put it up. Now, coming to our specific discussion today for this session, which is on strengthening resource recovery. Can you give me a heads up if you can see my screen? Is it visible?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So,
Yes.
we need inputs from you on how can we further strengthen resource recovery in the city. And I think I'll be perhaps be more open here into this deep dive discussion on what we found out. Of course, this was the overall waste flow chart that was generated after doing the entire survey. And one big loophole that clearly came out was that, of course, the city claims it's a zero landfill city and it's sort of set up on a zero waste concept. But clearly there's a huge percentage that is still not collected. And of course, based on the visual surveys, we saw some practices, it being burned, some being dumped in MRF or RRF facilities or to nearby sites, or it being just lying there and contributing to leakages. Now, as I mentioned earlier, in a snapshot, we visited over 73 facilities, formal, informal, and these traders ranged from apex to intermediate level traders. And these are some of the snapshots of the facilities where we went. There were these detailed resource recovery forms that was filled in consultation with the manager and the staff for each facility. And this exercise continued for about 2 weeks. Now, some challenges that we sort of observed. One was that it could be due to the pandemic, and I'm sure most of you will have a more local context than me, who with my team was there perhaps for 2-3 weeks. But one was the issue of overflowing MRFs and RRF facilities, wherein we were told that a lot of this material could not be channelized for recycling. And most of which was just lying there. We also visited some facilities which were covered till the top. So perhaps for months, the waste was not going there for recycling. Many composting sites and RRFs need, we felt they would definitely need a revamp. Tumburmusi model, which is like a community composting model, has been very well established across Kerala, started from Alapura. And perhaps I've seen its journey over the years as a subject matter expert, having visited the cities many a times. But I feel off lately, at least in this visit, the condition of most of these sites was not satisfactory. In fact, it was at the bottom level. So you could see this one RRF facility where we visited, and most of it was entirely broken. And then many of the other sites where we went, either they were not operational, or it seemed they were not being operated to their full capacity. It was mentioned by TMC that they have pushed households to treat wet waste at source, and as a part of this campaign, about 52,000 kitchen composters have been distributed. But when we did the household surveys, apart from the characterization study that was happening, we also did like a citywide survey, randomly visited colonies, blocks, residential areas. And when we checked what is the use of these bins, it was strange to know even that they were either used for kitchen purposes, some were even used for washing clothes, but their true use, which is to use them as a composting bin, was perhaps only in 25% of the households. Last, of course, a lot of leakages from these material recovery sites that was observed. Perhaps these sites, RRFs and MRFs, have been set to sort of stock waste and ensure it gets channelized further. But of course, most of it was just leaking out of the facility, or in some of the facilities, we also saw that there were some incineration plants set up. One of the facility where we were doing a characterization study at Manakad, where most of the packaging waste and other waste was just being openly burnt. Many a times we had to complain and stop it because our staff and volunteers were having issues. So clearly, I mean, the intent is right, but when you look at the level of action, that somewhere is bleak, which clearly came out based on the survey. Recovery percentage definitely has, there is scope for its strengthening, but and clearly a lot of better things can be done with what the city has. As Vivek asked me, like whether we visited informal facilities. So most of the informal facilities that we visited, Vivek, they look like this, big open junkyards. And they were majorly across low-lying areas and areas around the rivers, where the river is. I'm forgetting the name of the river, but a lot of these sites were there. And we visited about 15 to 20 such facilities dealing with variety of articles, metal, e-waste, paper, cardboard. But again, these were informal in nature. Many of them also had a lot of fire hazard related issues. The other pictures are, this is one of the major drain in, I think the MG Road area where I've taken this picture. And this drain actually has some 4-5 sub drains where all the water is coming from, but it was totally filled with plastics. And if you really zoom further, you can see that most of this material is recoverable. These were some of this was a picture and a lot of such pictures which were taken in low-income group areas and low-income wards of the city where collection was not really good. So, most of the residents, they had no option but to dump it near the coastal area. So the next day, probably the sea would engulf it. So quite shocking, but we clearly observed that the city has huge amounts of leakages, some of which I even talked about and why it is there. And clearly the interventions that are there, we need to do plus to mitigate all of this. Now, coming to the discussion, I think one is that from your perspective and perhaps anyone who can give me a local context of the city. Jabir, I don't know how much you're operational in Trivandrum or Vivek, or we had someone from Clean Kerala company. But, what is the biggest challenge when it comes to resource processing in Trivandrum? Of course, when we talk about resource processing, a lot of it is wet waste. But do you think there's a scope in the city to sort of upgrade on dry waste processing or in general, what is your common perspective on resource management for the city?
Yeah, Swati, I think for the food waste, Mr. Subish is, he has been for the food waste management city. He has been working this space for the last 6-7 years. So the dry waste, I have also done many projects, and I am still doing some projects there. So I'll tell you my observation in terms of the dry waste specifically part. And for example, I think it's a shocking news for them. For the waste gets 55% waste gets uncollected, or 50% waste uncollected itself is a shocking news. I think if you go again down, we'll have to really know the reasons of why waste gets uncollected. And there are a couple of reasons. One, this will be mostly, as you said, in a low-income families. And also we have done an basic study. We realized that there are 4 to 5 reasons why waste gets uncollected. One, there are no people to go and waste gets collected. Like certain areas of the city, there are none to go and collect the waste because they actually kind of ignored such a way that these are low-income families, these are colonies, these are fisherman folks. They will not segregate. There are a lot of prejudice. They will not segregate the waste. Such part is their one side. And second part, these people are, whether it's a private service provider or government, they are charging some user fee or subscription fee. And a lot of these fisherman folks, when we did a study, we realized that if it's a zero cost, it's not the attitude issue. They really care about oceans and many things. But why should I pay for waste disposal? Okay, so the subscription fee is the another factor. It's a stopping factor, many people joining. not joining the thing. The third factor, some municipality people are saying whoever is collecting, we will collect only plastic in this month, we will collect glass only in December, or they will not collect all waste. People concerned, whatever waste is lying there, whether it's a plastics or footwear and cloth, or the different type of they're saying why would they collect only some specific grades of plastic. Fourth things they're saying, waste should be cleaned, neat, it should be washed, it should be dried. There are a lot of such people. People wanted to get away the waste. They might, for example, if it's a some specific thing, they don't really wanted to wash the waste, covers and dry it for a while, and then the such mechanism. Then other factors, a lot of people say we may segregate it, or the corporation collects it. So whoever comes collect it, they dump it in their own premise. Dump it means waste do not remove from their corporation wards or specific zones. Though they gives collection, it they don't it will stay there. There is no timely collection from their premises. So they think that system, they don't, there is a lack of faith in the system or lack of trust in the system, or some people get segregated, the municipality will mix it up. So there's a lot of specific such challenges why people are not giving us waste. That's something we need to specifically understand. That's the first part. Second part, I strongly feel there is no adequate infrastructure. For example, storage and all, it's a very not even cover the formal infrastructure, not even for 10% of the dry waste. I'm talking about dry waste. And the second infrastructure. Third, of course, the forward linkages. Okay. Somebody asks you, how do you dispose of sanitary napkin or diapers in the city? They have no idea. Or how do you dispose inert residues in the city? They have no idea. Okay. Nobody knows what to happen. For example, infrastructure is not the adequate, space is not the adequate, whether it's a machines or a baling machines or shredding machines, or nothing is there adequately. And third things, what the forward linkages, because if it's a 10 tons is coming per day, 10 tons has to go out, right? Whether it's a non-recyclable or residues and all, the end destination is a bit where the material is going from there. So there is no systems and processes in the city, no right management systems in the city, to understand that complete. There is no monitoring or evaluations in the city. And there is again, that's the other part. Then of course the policy, they're still confused whether they should engage what kind of people. The bulk waste generators, they have not categorized. Some places the corporation is collecting, some places private agency is collecting. So there's a lot of lack of clarity in terms of policies and such aspects as well. So that's the first observation when I understand the specific Trivandrum city.
Thanks, Shabir. Anyone else who would want to contribute to this?
Jabir was telling the right facts. Actually, me and Jabir has a long-time relation with respect to waste management. So the reasons are pretty clear. Actually, why I need to pay money for a waste removal? Since people are saying waste is a resource, so why I need to pay money to take a resource from my place for another industry? So that needs to be answered. So my one just suggestion for this, the extended producer responsibility (EPR). So that needs to be enforced or executed properly. Then only the end user can get money from this. So they will get benefited. So this is one suggestion with respect to that.
But Subish, I just wanted to highlight, we are in a situation in Trivandrum and Kerala in general where no one, I've been a part of the committee that was constituted way back on EPR, but no one really has a clear idea on where to go about it. It's a very chase who and kind of situation. Clearly, it could be solution, but I think here in this scenario, as Jabir rightly said, a lot of focus on the forward linkages, because clearly, during our visits, what we clearly observed was that, okay, this is sorted, this is collected, and it will get channelized to this place. But presently your facility is full, so full that there's no way that perhaps 2 or 3 tons further can be stored in this facility. So, establishing linkages or also revamping existing infrastructure, because clearly right now it was innovative maybe 10 years back or 5-6 years back, but now I think it needs a total revamp. If we really want to pitch this city as a zero waste, zero landfill, or a circular city. So clearly a lot of work has to be done in that area. Moving to my next set of questions, and Joby did highlight it. I mean, clearly there are some campaigns going on in the city. For instance, there's this schedule for collection of different waste streams, battery waste, e-waste, and other commodities. Well, I found it quite innovative, but agree, it can work in certain sections of the society and it may not work in some, especially in low-lying areas where we saw that there is a total mismanagement of waste. Perhaps the agencies responsible there for collection would collect it from the dumping grounds, but there's no system established for people to say give their waste, or even the basic knowledge of what to do with it, or just a basic hindrance on managing it. So in your opinion, how can consumer or citizens influence better systems or infrastructure with regard to resource management in the city, in terms of what can be done? Also for a city which has a lot of resources in terms of NGO voices, civic society voice. There's a green army in place. I'm also sure that there are civic voices, who are very active about it. But how can citizens, sort of influence better resource management infrastructure within the city? It has happened in the past for Trivandrum, for Alapura, for many cities in Kerala. But, for Trivandrum presently, the state it is in, how can we revamp it further with more push from, citizen voices? Any comments here? Or you feel that it's not possible? I mean, it's an open
Hi, myself, Ribi. I'm not an expert in this group. By mistake, I launched or I landed in this particular group. But I would like to share a few observations or thought. Like one is city does not have a statutory master plan. So that's one of the lacunas because of which city is not able to allocate a land for any kind of a centralized setting up any centralized treatment plan or having any large scale infrastructure. Second thing is the LSGIs in Kerala works on the annual plan. So the budget allocation is very limited so that they can't plan for larger projects within the minimal budget. And third thing is at the corporation level, both in corporation and at the municipality level, the waste management is dealt or coordinated by the health department of the corporation, whereas the infrastructure development is responsibility of the engineering section. So there is an essential, there is a need to have a permanent team which would support the corporation in designing the project for entire period, not just for 1 year, not just for 5 years. That is one of the inherent issue with the planning process in the LSGIs in Kerala.
Okay. Thanks, Ruby. I think some pertinent inputs there. Clearly, as we've been discussing, that the city definitely needs an infrastructure upgrade. I want to touch biodegradable waste here. As I mentioned, clearly, households are being pushed to manage at source, but it's not really working that efficiently. There are Tumurmuzi models that have been set up across the city, but clearly, of course, some work is required there. Any ideas and suggestions on upgrading or strengthening organic waste management within the city? Also, most of the service providers that we surveyed and visited, I mean, it was mentioned by Secretary also that, it's going to piggeries and there are service providers who are taking, but many of them have complained about some leakages. So in case they collect organic waste, these were some very open complaints that we received. Many of them are asked to take some dry waste also with it. We visited a few pig farms and we were told that well, they expect us to take organic waste, but they're also pushing us to like take this dry waste with you, do whatever you want to do with it, but also take dry waste. So clearly, I mean, I didn't bring it up in the broad stakeholder meeting, but I just want to discuss, and Jabir, you were smirking here, if you have any comments on that. But what can be done? I mean, clearly a lot can be done to strengthen organic waste management. There, for perhaps someone like Saurabh who wouldn't be aware. So there's household management that's happening, there's community level composting that's happening, and there are also service providers who are linked to commercial as well as residential hubs who would collect this wet waste and then treat it at their separate facilities. But most of them anonymously complain that, well, you know, we are also forced to take some dry waste fractions, and we are kind of refraining from doing that. Many of them have stopped collecting wet waste altogether. So clearly, how can we, you know, strengthen wet waste management? Because I feel this has been the core strength of the city, or for that matter, Kerala has shown other cities within India, I mean, how to do organic waste management efficiently, you know. So how can we make it better? Any comments, ideas, suggestions here?
Yeah, I can give a comment here.
Yeah.
Okay. We are handling 20 tons of bio waste in a daily basis, my organization. So we call this as the management. We make a study, and the name is, we call the process is piranha model waste management. So why the piranha is how the piranhas are eating their food. So they come as a group and take it and their own take, and on a fraction of time that will be over. The same model we are using inside city. So we develop different business units which take the bio waste as a raw material. So we have a 4 type of business. One is the composting unit. Second is pig farm, and third one is a chicken farms which uses this waste to cultivate or make black soldier fly larvae and feed that larvae to the chickens. So the chicken feed cost will come to 10% of the present. So these are the methods we implemented. So we need to make sure. So in the social situation of Kerala is, we can't gather more big amount of bio waste in a single area. So this particular unit, the Piranha business unit, will be distributed in a larger geographic area, and we will make sure each unit will be getting maybe 100 kg or 200 kg per day. And this has been monitored using a software. So while you're taking from a point, we scan the QR code and update 500 kg is taken from this source. And when you're delivering a chicken unit, 100 kg has been delivered to this particular unit will be shown. So this is the way it's tracked. Okay, so it's a decentralized complete model, and we'll make sure there is no excess bio waste is reaching in a single point. If the time permits, I can show one model of the video of a chicken farm. Okay, this is my comment here.
Okay, Subish, but yeah, my question is, how can we sort of revamp it for the city? I mean, I'm glad that you're doing and running this model, but what will work? Clearly, citizens aren't motivated enough that they treat it at source. And clearly with change of lifestyle, you know, there are apprehensions on dropping your own waste to community composting centers. Service providers accept payment, as Jabir mentioned, you know, it's a service fee that is charged, which everyone will not pay. And clearly there are also some issues with taking in some dry waste in case you take wet waste. So how do we sort this for the city? What any ideas that we have from the group? Jabir, anything here?
See, first thing, to random city or some part of city, I think whoever is the concerned persons, you know, they need to realize that, for example, it's still a good chunk of people in the so-called decision makers, they feel that the decentralized model or individual composting would solve the problem. you're right in terms of we have tried many things, hardly 10% or 20% is actually using it. So I mean, it's a big time, or we have to move away from this very old Tumbur Moi model and all these Tumbur Moi models and across the states, they are using all for dry leaves now. Even for Trivandrum, I have personally visited, I mean, it's only for dry leaves, not the kind of waste which generates from households or commercial establishments. So I think it's high time, people, the decision makers should feel that this is not adequate, or this is the existing models, or the this is not enough, or we need to go for better technologies or better systems, or moving away from this tumbo moi or individual household composting thing. I'm not completely against decent, I mean, it has to be a, there has to be a integrated model or couple of other models. Even for the 35 percentage of this commercial waste management, the wet waste generates some commercial waste management, commercial establishment can be easily managed through, but the city has not listed a bulk waste generation law. It has not implemented a bulk waste, they have not empaneled agencies, or they have empaneled, there is no tracking or system. I mean, for me, the decision makers, mindset, I mean, in terms of technology, they are yet to take a decision on what to promote or what not to promote, or to what extent, in what regions. It can be maybe a combination of a community composting, individual household composting, maybe a 10 TPD or 30 TPD kind of a, like Goa or some other places. I think that's still a confusion. Different people comes with the different ideas. As a long-term plan, nothing is there. And secondly, even for even for private players, or there is no organized system in place to utilize these people effectively. For example, you mentioned this people taking dry waste along with food waste. So the restaurant guys are saying, you want food waste, then you take the dry waste as well. So he is actually threatening, it's not that or that even the, so Sobishi is maybe good at for the wet waste management, he may not, so there is no right channelization or integration with existing people. There is no coordination with people amongst each other. Those are all the, I think there's a missing piece, a lot to do with the management system in the city, or monitoring or evaluation in the city, and also the broader policy confusion is still, I think it's a big issue. I think corporation health officer Dr. Gopakumar sir is here, I think.
No, he's not here. He's been in and out of this group, but not right now. But thanks, Jabir. I do agree. I think we need a shift to more effective systems, or perhaps upgrade them, perhaps also do a corporation-wide analysis on what works, what has worked, what will not work, and what frontier technologies we need to bring in to further revamp the system, because clearly the old is not working based on a very deep dive study that we did. I now want to focus on the next perhaps 10-15 minutes on dry waste management, and want to take a lot of inputs. So presently, as we all know, a lot of cities' waste is either being channelized to other states for recycling, but we also don't know. I mean, as Jabir rightly mentioned, forward linkages are not established, and clearly it's not there on paper. You ask any stakeholder, where is your waste going? He'll tell which state and where, but exactly what is happening to that is not really being mapped. And we felt that clearly, the city has a dire need to upgrade its interventions around dry waste management, more so around upcycling, or greener recycling. So what are your, thoughts on the same? Do you feel that presently the RRFs and MRFs that are there, can they be upgraded to dry waste processing center? Or we need to sort of revamp infrastructure as a whole, which definitely all of us are in agreement with. But along with revamping infrastructure, do we need to sort of push for recycling within the city, or some upcycling interventions within the city? Is it possible? And if so, what kind of models are we looking at? Formal, informal integration models, or bringing in other frontier technologies and systems? If so, what kind of technologies and system? So yeah, let's start with that, and then I have a few other questions as a follow-up on this. Anyone? Vivek, do you want to start?
Yeah, I'll just add, like Jabir was putting some wonderful points. The question that Jabir was asking about earlier also, like the RRF and the MRF facilities, whatever we have to look into the HR part also, the human resource management within the system, across the value chain, the financial flows. So how can we maybe upgrade the system with the understanding how the current operations are and what are the scopes of improvement that's to be analyzed, and technological interventions, like can we upgrade it with a more infrastructure coming in, and for that we need to look into the financing mechanisms. So that's where maybe the EPR will play a role. And once, since the EPR has now come out, the national mandate has come out, there will be some changes within the entire plastic waste ecosystem in the country, and similarly in Kerala as well. So that can somehow promote the idea. And low value plastics, I want to touch upon that particular element, the low value plastics, which often gets leaked in the ecosystem. And I believe in a study also that might have come as a major fraction which gets leaked into the ecosystem. So low value plastic management, how we are to look into it, and how do we make the brand owners also come into this accountability for those materials is a serious question. So again, going back to the question of EPR, how do we integrate that? It's all centers on that. Yeah.
So thanks, Vivek, for adding more questions to my question. But yeah, so whosoever wants to go first on it, Jabi, let's start with you. Perhaps you have the maximum amount of experience in this area on Kerala. Yeah.
See, I'll tell you this. I don't know whether the officials are here. All these waste, 65% of these waste streams would be, either it will be a low value or negative value. Okay, so whatever the places you have visited, the scrap shops and all, these are some other informal scrap dealers networks and all people get the municipal waste you getting you collect 100 kg of waste. Maybe you have done cloth, footwear, sanitary napkin residues, even the multi-layer plastics. Around my experience, maybe in urban little higher, but 50 to 55 or 60% would be non-recyclable low value waste. Okay, because the recyclable chunk would be at least leaked from the sources in the informal way, at least the kabadiwala networks and all. So so this non-recyclable disposal, what happens currently, these all material going to nearby states. Okay, either in mixed way or the other way, it's transported to Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, even going up to Pune and all. And mostly 90% of movement is happening illegally. Okay, and illegally means they might take it up, and they once they brought it there, they might pick it up whatever. For example, if it's old footwear, they might use only the PVC, the part of it. They don't use it PU. So then it goes to burning in jaggery or other other units, not to co-processing plants. I mean, nobody actually control this, the forward linkages post this MRF or post this RRF. Nobody knows where is the end destinations and who is taking this and where is he taking it, what is he doing it with. So that's the forward linkages, means the end destination, though it's a Kerala's waste, though there are a lot of officials or some people who have interacted with people, everybody is happy to move, like not in backyard, same theory, not in my backyard, it's not their household, rather their state. A large chunk of still waste. I think we recently has got a National Green Tribunal letter saying that we should monitor Kerala's waste movement to other states. So I think that nobody is, whoever is concerned, they don't really care about what is the end destination. They are not tracking it, as you said. They don't really monitor it. And second, to manage, of course, the infrastructure, whether it's upgradation of, I think all these facilities can manage 500 kg to 1000 kg per day or 2000 kg per day, and so I think it has to be 5 to 10 tons per day kind of a facility, though it's not a pretty centralized facility, but at least a minimum 10 tons kinds of facility should be there. So for that, we need to find lands or, that kind of a set of infrastructure. Then who is entrusting? Who are you entrusting to manage this MRF or RRF or MCF? Because I have seen, I have been to a government run facility. 10 people are coming, they just segregate. Their input is 30 kg per day per person. My input is 200 kg per day per person. So the management, are you entrusting it, and are there any measure to monitor the daily, what is the inflow, what is the outflow, what is the production, what is the capacity, what is the per square feet requirement to manage the space? And and third, of course, is there any financial plan or economics plan around to manage, as I said, and for non-negative and non-recyclable waste, there is any incentive specifically given, or is there any audit, what is the recyclable recovery rates? A financial incentive or financial model around management drive waste is also a little tricky if it's a government is collecting it. Okay, if a private partner is collecting directly from households, he will surely have a source as a fee. I think these are a couple of factors put together. This is what I have seen as a very serious issue, as a city is facing, and how long. Maybe what happens, we have been here. It did, there was a material movement issue during COVID to Tamil Nadu. People blocked the borders. Okay, and there are many issues during COVID. It's not that we for all the legal transactions it had taken place during COVID as well. I mean, so interstate, now it has become interstate issues because it's a border state, Tamil Nadu. I know many people in Nagarkovil, that's the nearest places, are taking the waste here. The major vendors or key vendors from Trivandrum, and the government is, it's not, I'm not completely against taking, rather I'm saying government is not pushing them to set up infrastructure here. Government is not providing such support. The government is not asking. There is no that's also another very, very serious issue the city is going to face.
Yeah. No, thanks, Shabir. And I just wanted to add, what about EPR? I mean, Vivek highlighted that, well, EPR will sort of change the scope of
I'll tell you. Yeah, I'll tell you honestly. Only city, it's not possible. I have done around 8,000 tons of EPR credits in Kerala. Okay, so they don't really care about which state. They ask me about state as a Kerala as a whole. So for example, I am doing an EPR in one district. There is a Varkala municipality in Trivandrum. Okay, and where I have done these projects for EPR. But I'm saying EPR brands they don't really want to work in specific city as specifically. They're okay either in district or they're okay in Kerala state as a whole. So I don't think so EPR, and also is EPR pricing and all, it's coming to the bottom. I don't know. I don't think so EPR would resolve. It can be one of the additional source of revenue or supplementary source, some incentive for that. But again, if the state PCB needs to enforce such a way, but I don't think so only EPR would. I'm not very much hopeful about the whole waste management discussion. I'm working with some global clients directly, like a voluntary plastic credits market. They are paying us. That's another point I wanted to. I don't know whether you have analyzed in your scope of work the human condition, the people in the waste management. Are they getting minimum wages? Are they getting health benefits, or do they have a PF or ESI benefits, or do they have a PPE? The human part, it's very missing. Everybody cares about quantity and other part of it. But the people who works in this space are adequately, it's not about it's a compensation can be, working condition can be, exposed to hazardous materials can be. I think it's a I think it has to be one of the key part. If it's an EPR brands also, they are coming me, they need 100 tons of material from these specific states. They don't really care about how well I pay my people, how well my facility is being managed, and all those things. So I don't think so EPR would be a solution for that. A city, it can be one of the additional factor for that.
Yeah. I mean, even I think so, Vivek, at least for Kerala, and having debated over it for several years now. I think perhaps when we streamline everything, it may come into picture but right now I think there's a lot of other work that has to be done, and it could be looked as one of the financial instruments or tools to sort of tighten up. But as Jabir mentioned, perhaps not at a city-wide scale, perhaps at a district or a much larger level, it can have some scope. We have Nagesh. Yeah, Vivek, go ahead.
Just
Yeah.
one point. So EPR alone cannot suffice the entire mechanism, but because that cannot be a holistic approach for the entire value chain. So it could be one of the approach along with the credit model, the plastic credits, because that could be something also worked out. So not one solution, the DRS system or any of that kind sort can work. So whatever is comfortable, of course, all these require the partnerships. Whatever EPR or plastic credits, all these require the partnerships which is required with public and private actors. So that's also crucial for any kind of intervention.
Yeah. So we all have been talking about the finances and the economics of it. What has worked so far? And again, I may point this to Jabir. We also have Clean Kerala company here. I mean, Nagesh, if you're able to hear the conversation, I would like you also to participate. And we have PCB also here. So I'm not sure why there is so much silence there. But just wanted to know what financial instruments, financial and socioeconomic instruments can come into play to strengthen the dry waste management in the city. What can we look at? What has worked for your businesses, for your companies within the state so far? And if not, then what more needs to be done? Yeah. So anyone apart from Jabir, Vivek, Subish, we've heard a lot of them, but I think we have about 6 minutes.
Yeah, I think, see, as Jabir told, right, the plastic is going out of the state for a recovery or the recycling. So we need to make a ecosystem inside state itself to make a value-added product on the collected waste. And the multi-layer plastic is the main reason for the reduction. So the production line itself, the brands should take care of avoid the multi-layer packaging. So this way we can reduce the plastic outcomes to the
Okay. So you all are in agreement that we need an ecosystem within the state itself to manage dry waste rather than channelizing it outside? Because I'm sure this will also open the scope for a lot of people who are already working for many years in this week, in this area, not only just for material, sorting and collection and channelization, but then I'm sure it upgrades the scope of people like Jabir or Subish or other agencies to sort of work on upcycling, work on more upstream innovation rather than just looking at the downstream channelization of resources. So is everyone in agreement with it?
Yeah.
Yeah, hello. I am Manoj from Pelican Contra. Sorry, actually, I was very late because I got stuck in a meeting and I just got over. I guess I would have missed a lot of things. But this question is something which probably, a point which probably I need to interfere. So as Jabirji and Sudhirji, we used to have this discussion pretty often. See, any policies when we frame, if it is not pointing the finger into reduction. So ultimately, this point we have been discussing in Harita Kerala Mission and Sujito Mission also. Every policy discussion should point primarily onto reduction. So moment actually the reprocessing of non-biodegradable waste is going to create an opportunity. The opportunity is going to demand supply. So this is actually a major threat. Actually, the whole world, the whole business world is facing. So when we announce that the upcycling or recycling systems has to happen in Kerala, that's absolutely fantastic that it has to happen. But then who has to pay for that? It is not the exchequer who has to pay for that. So there should be a clause associated with that. The polluter has to pay for it. The moment somebody else is paying for that, the cost actually gets back to the ecosystem which actually creates it. It's a huge loop. We can never get out of that.
Absolutely.
So that is what is happening now. When Clean Kerala company is telling that they have, and I used to have this argument with Keshav Nayar also very openly. When they claim that they shifted so many tons of waste, I just feel it is miserable. Okay, when Harita Kerala Mission is telling that so much of tons of waste has been shifted out, that is a very disaster what is happening in Kerala. So there is nothing to be proud about that. What we should be really proud is how much of the cost to the environment has been redeemed. We have taken back from the public who is creating that. So I think the whole policy has to revolve around that. And it is a very, yeah, it's a very difficult proposition to, probably it has to be discussed in detail.
No, I
Yeah,
agree with you.
adding to this one, see, the main reason for this, especially in the summer, is the water bottles. I'm sitting near around 10 used water bottles in this room. So, can we add a local tax on this water bottles? For example, 20 rupees their MRP. Can we put a 1 rupee per water bottle a tax? Is it a possible legally? I don't know the legal side. See, I can just show you the number of.
I think Subish, it can be done.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, Maharashtra had initially started a depositor fund scheme or something. There can be some economic instruments that could be bought in place to ensure that, well, materials get returned. But yeah,
No, what I'm asking, Trivandrum Corporation can do, because as
I'm
per
sure
the
they
industry,
can. I'm sure they
yeah,
can get PCB.
then
It can be done.
they should do that. Actually, even the secretary is in another room. Francis, you can tell them. See, 1 rupee you add, so a
I think
person
I'll
will
have
get.
to cut you. There is a shortage of time, perhaps just a minute. I would really agree to what Manoj said. Somewhere the focus has to be on minimization and the right policy measures which would influence implementation on the ground. And my last question before this moves us out of the breakout room to the main. What policy measures do you think Trivandrum City needs to have effective resource management? We've touched biodegradable waste, we've touched dry waste, we've talked about various economic instruments, really like the point on human incentive and human resources. But what policy change do we need, or is it all set? If so, any comments there? Because we'll have to give all these inputs to the corporation accordingly. Yeah.
So maybe let me just put this, because I would have missed in other points in biodegradable. So I just want to tell a single policy decision. The cost of waste management has to go entirely on the polluter. The government should not spend a single pie on that. Government is very vociferously and very actually feverishly trying to provide subsidies, giving subsidy for waste management equipments. See, if when somebody can buy a toilet, fix it, put up a septic tank for thousands of rupees, you don't have to give a subsidy for a waste composting bin for 1,650. It's nonsense. So we have been vociferously telling that you cut this subsidy nonsense so that people let them spend from their pocket. First they will ask for a bin, then they will ask for inoculum.
Okay. Sorry, gentlemen. Hello. Am I audible to everybody?
Yes.
Sorry, really sorry. I mean, I was supposed to moderate and I jumped out from the whole thing. Really sorry on that. Okay. Thank you. Thanks a lot. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, including me. Okay, 6 people. Thank you very much. Thanks for joining, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. Um, I'm Sri Kumar. I've been heading this project for Trivandrum Corporation for the Waste-Wise Cities tool. And basically, I'm basically a civil engineer with my background in environmental engineering, and have been working with the central government projects of Amrit before I joined with UN Habitat for this project. This was a it is a rapid assessment project. So in 8 days you get the results, and at 90% accuracy. So that's the best part. And the tool is helping you in actually quantifying the amount of waste that is being generated. It gives you a flow, and also it gives you a picture on the leakages. It also gives you a picture on the scenarios that you can develop based on the interventions that you feel are required as far as a corporation or a city is concerned. You can put in the interventions and you can see the changes in that will come about before you actually do the changes. So that is the beauty of this tool. It's an Excel sheet which with a lot of statistical work that has gone behind it by the UN Habitat and with the University of Leeds, the GIZ, EAWAG, Waste Aware. They're the technical hand behind this, and and it keeps developing. Around 160 countries, cities in the whole world have used the tool and have been using it. So you always have an improvement on this tool. So this is a tool that we used to get this information. So I just gave you a set on introduction of myself and what the tool was. I would like to have all of your introductions, please. Gopakumar sir, you can start off.
Yes, I'm Dr. Gopakumar, Health Officer to Trivandrum Corporation. Working in this field since 5-6 years. I was a practicing intensivist and now changed the field to public health with a DPH.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Francis Xavier sir is there, the person behind the Tumbur bins. Sir, Francis Xavier sir, nice to have you here. Kindly, I don't think sir needs an introduction. Are you able to hear us, sir?
Yes,
Yeah,
thank you.
Sir, please.
Hello, everyone.
Wonderful to see you, sir.
Thank you for the nice words.
Yeah.
Anyway, happy to hear about your project, and I'm very keen to listen to what is exactly happening in your city.
Okay.
Okay, but I'm a retired scientist, and I stay in Cochin now.
Yep. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Renju from Sujitwa Mission is here. Renju is on hold. The next person is Rajesh. Can you please introduce yourself, please? Rajesh.
Hello, sir. Is it audible?
Yeah, Rajesh, please.
I'm Rajesh. I'm from Kozhikode, working with town planning department, now LSCD planning.
Oh, great.
Deputy town planner.
Yeah. Great.
Currently not dealing with this solid waste management, but currently we are doing a project on construction and demolition waste management.
Okay.
Calicut 50.
Okay. Great. Gopika.
Hi, everyone. My name is Gopika, and I'm a part of Sahdaya. I think Swati ma'am mentioned Sahdaya a couple of times. We are the local NGO that supported this project in just moving around and trying to facilitate the study. The volunteers were also hired by us, and we were also present with the volunteers all the time. Me, along with Afsil and a couple of other stakeholders from Sahdaya. Me specifically, I work as a secretary of the NGO. Very excited to see the discussion today. Thank you.
Thanks, Gopika. Mujib is from CKCL. Mujib, please. If you can introduce yourself, Mujib. Clean Kerala Company Limited. Ranju is also on hold. Both of them are on hold. Okay, Ranju is from Sujitwa Mission. He is the, I think he's with Solid Waste Management only. He's a technical person. Mujib is with the Clean Kerala Company Limited. Sir, I'll just, before we start off with discussion, we have 55 minutes as said. I will just give an introduction on what we'd like to talk on. So I'll just share my screen and we could just see how to go about it. Just a moment. I have a slight issue sharing the screen. Just a moment.
One minute.
I hope you're able to see my screen. Are you able to see it?
No. No, it's only a blank screen.
It's a blank screen. Wait. Now?
Yeah, now it's okay.
Okay, great. I'll just sorry, bear with me here because there's a problem with technical glitch. Always it happens with the online programs. So in this room, we plan to discuss on the improvement of management of uncollected waste and disposal of residual waste from MRF and RRF to control leakages in land and marine environment. So I'll just show you the flowchart once again. So as per our calculations, what we saw was 51%, 57% is recovery rate. So because Trivandrum Corporation does not have a landfill, so what happens is anything that is collected has to be recovered. So which is a very good recovery rate, 57%. Bangalore has 91% collection but only 26% recovery rate because they have a landfill, because they don't take the pains to actually segregate the waste and recover the material. So that way Trivandrum is doing a great job. And if you see, there are rejects, like always in any collection system, there will be rejects of 10%. We have taken a default of 10%, and that's what we see, this 27% of 27 tons per day of rejects that's coming in. And we also had to include the street sweepings and the mixed waste that comes through the street sweepings as being disposed in, like, we have to say that it is being disposed, as what he said, it could be burnt, it might be dumped in landfills. That percentage had to be taken as disposed. So 27 plus 28, we had to show the 55% as being disposed. So what is not being disposed or not being recovered has to come as uncollected. Rather than uncollected waste, I would like to say that it is unmanaged. This tool, it addresses the Sustainability Development Goal Indicator 11.6.1, which says that we try to find out the amount of municipal solid waste that is being managed in a controlled manner. So if there is we have a formal facility, we have a formal structure, we know how the waste flows, how it is being collected. In Trivandrum Corporation, since we have Tumburmuri bins and since we have household aerobic bins, what happens is we are able to quantify that part very well. But there is a section of these waste service providers, the so-called service providers, who don't come in this formal setup. What happens is they collect the waste and they are supposed to manage it in a way we don't know how they manage it, and we are not able to capture them. And you have another section of illegal waste handlers whom we don't know what is their modus operandi at all. Most of it, what we found, was being dumped by the roadsides, which once again our formal collectors from municipal corporation, they take it from the roadsides and come and put it into the MRFs, Tumburmuri bins that are there. So for me, when we look at our discussion, this is the section, this disposed 55 tons and the uncollected 128 tons, which is of major concern. How do we address that? I just told you the same thing in a different in a slide form. What is there in the slide is just explained in this. Okay, and then uh, so for our major concern is like 21 tons, which are rejects, and the 28 tons which goes into disposal sites. Okay, and the 128 tons which is uncollected or unmanaged. I can tell that. And next is the control level of the formal and informal recovery facilities. So we did a survey of 72 entities, and what we found was like 45 had some form of control. They had a basic control. Like 45 facilities had basic control. There was full control in 8 facilities, and there's no control in 15 facilities, and there is limited control in 4 facilities. So this is the chart. It is a step-by-step ladder that we use to actually see the control that is coming up in what do you call it, in any facility that we visited and surveyed. So very few facilities had full control, and one we found only one RRC, which is at Muttatara, which had a very good control. And then we had most of the agencies which were actually collecting the commercial waste, and agencies who were actually collecting waste had good control. Most of the MRFs only had basic control. That's why we have as facilities, most of it what we found was basic control, and 15 was largely because of the the informal scrap dealers, the apex scrap dealers with very less informal scrap dealers. Because when we surveyed 13 apex scrap dealers, only 3 were formal and the rest 10 were informal, and none of them had any kind of control. So that results in our waste flow diagram. This is from the GIZ yeah, Excel sheet once again, where we input the data that we get from WACT, and it gives us how the waste is actually flowing. Swati had discussed it, and if you see, there is a section of uncollected waste. This is the amount of uncollected waste which is actually contributing to the leakage into land, water, and which is burnt and which goes into the streams. So you can say that the amount of unmanaged plastics is around 5.41 kg per person per year. Unmanaged plastic. I'm not talking uncollected plastic. It will also be there, uncollected and unmanaged, mismanaged, I would say. And there is a contribution, and its contribution, look at that contribution of unmanaged 76%. So uncollected plastics contributes to 76% of the waste that leaks in plastic that leaks into the environment. So the rest 26% is through the sorting facilities and the rejects. So 76%, if we can increase the service coverage and capture the recovery of these, the unmanaged or mismanaged waste, we could bring in some very good control in the environmental leakages. So the same thing, the plastic leakages into the water system is around 1.6 kg per person per year, or 53 1.5 liter PET bottles. If you see in Trivandrum, because the stormwater drains are mostly closed and there is regular cleaning, you don't have much of it. It's only 5% is the contribution of where the plastic that is getting into the drains and eventually into the water. So that is something that I wanted to show you. And this is some pictures of the waste. The first one from right coming clockwise is near Ramayanjantod, that near the railway station, where there is one person collecting waste from the uh, that's a stream actually. This is an uncollected waste that is being dumped in near Killipalam. And this is an MRF facility, an uncontrolled MRF facility with no boundaries. There's another one below on the left is once again an MRF facility, which is near a small stream, and the other one is near the coastal areas, and that is the waste dumping in the open land. So wherever there is no collection, and if there is an empty place, people dump it. So this is the kind of leakage that we found largely in the city. So as a discussion, I would like to just take up these points, what do you think is the biggest problem when it comes to uncollected waste in the corporation? How do we address the service gap or infrastructure gap? In the sense like what do we do? How do we manage this mismanaged waste? Do you impose regulations, or do you want to increase coverage? How do we do that? How do we manage rejects, and how do we control the environmental leakages? In the sense like you bring in more compliance with reference to licenses for the facility. You give them you just give licenses to only the recovery facilities which have full control, or do you want to penalize uh, facilities which don't have full control? What is the role? What should be the role of regulatory authorities with respect to these facilities? The legal framework, the role of Trivandrum Municipal Corporation, and could there any participatory action that could help in controlling leakages? And what improvements that could be brought about in the MRF and RRF? And we could we could jot down as 5 action points which we could take, and we could write it down. Anybody can start. Gopakumar sir, would you like to start off?
One second.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. In this,
I'll just time this one in the sense like we came into the room at 3:50, so might be they'll close it at 2:50, so they might close it at 2:45, 3:45. So we have that much time, so we'll have ample time of 5 to 8 minutes. We can have a discussion. Yeah, Gopakumar sir. You able to hear me? I think is gone. Francis Xavier sir, your inputs please, if you are there.
First
Yes,
of all,
yeah.
yes, Sri Kumar sir, you have presented it nicely, but I have two questions. One is, how many hospitals were there in your study blocks?
We didn't take up the commercial surveyor because of the reason we took a proxy of 30% only.
Okay.
The reason was because of the COVID, but none of the commercial facilities were open, non-households. So we couldn't actually go and survey the hospitals as such and quantify it, but we did go and visit them to just to know how the flow is, how do they manage the waste and all those things. We did that.
So may I presume that the same holds true with flats also, apartments and flats?
Also, apartments and flats, yes, we have taken that. We have taken that into consideration. The
Because,
household survey was done.
Okay. In Trichur, I have found that environmental leakage is mainly from, especially in the Trichur town, the leakage is mainly from the apartments and the flats. Nowadays, in Guruvayur also that was the case. So if you have included that, then now the problem is after the COVID, you find lots of mask, sanitizer issues, then the soap issues, all these things are increasing very fast. So that was not included, am I right? Hope you can hear me.
I'm able to hear you. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Flats and apartments were included.
Yeah,
right?
it was. Yes, it was included.
Okay.
As such, what changes COVID brought about, we couldn't include it, but it was a part of it, because the waste had all these. Because on the 12 categories, we had these waste that was coming up as composite wastes and special waste. The kind of COVID related items that were there in the household survey. Yeah.
That is an emerging issue now.
Yes, sir.
Because using sanitizers and that is getting spilled into the environment, that causes a lot of natural bacteria to be destroyed, and even the natural process of composting is also affected in a great way.
Yeah.
So that's an emerging problem with waste management.
I'll do that. Yes. Sorry, sir. Hello. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, please.
So these two are emerging problems with waste management, whether it is biodegradable or other things. The basic problem is a lot of bacterial changes, natural bacterial changes are happening in the environment. So how it is going to affect is also an interesting field to be studied.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Thank
So
you.
so with respect to, would you have any inputs on increasing the, you wouldn't be able to, the service and infrastructure gaps that we see in the uncollected waste? I think it applies even to Trivandrum also. Sorry, in Thrissur also.
But the biggest problem is Guruvayur. You know that the low-lying surrounding villages are now flooded with human excreta and plastic materials. It's a shocking sight.
How is it like, sir, as the sewerage system started functioning in Guruvayur?
Not fully.
Not fully. Okay, sir. Okay.
Because just like any other apartments, installing that STP is a costly affair. So most of the people pump all these things outside to the common drain.
Okay.
That is the biggest issue.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mujib, your inputs, please. Mujib, you're there? Ganga, how about you? Ganga? Gopika is there? Yeah, okay, Ganga. Yeah, Ganga. No, carry on, Ganga. Ganga? Gopika, how about you? You able to connect? Are you able to hear me? Savior, sir, you're able to hear me, right?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, then the rest of them are not able to. How about Rajesh? Rajesh is not. Renju, let me see.
I
Rajesh, you
just,
have any inputs?
I think
Yeah.
I can hear you,
Rajesh,
sir.
you have any inputs? But you are from
Especially
Kozhikode, but
just for
still.
hearing what you people are telling. I am not an expert in this field of waste
Got
management.
it. Got it. I got it. Ganga, you're there? Aman. Hi, Ganga.
Hi, am I
Yeah,
audible?
Ganga. Yeah, you're audible. Ganga, with
No,
reference to, you're able to see my screen, right?
I'm not able to, yeah, it is like coming on and off.
Okay.
Uh,
Okay. Ganga, I'll just
yes,
put it like this. When we
yeah.
have a gap in the collection, around 128 tons is not being collected or is being mismanaged. Okay. So that was what I wanted to look out. I mean, how do we address that? The service gap and the infrastructure gap from your perspective, being working with Sahridaya, what do you see and what are the points you think are important?
So, not just for this particular research, having associated with corporation regarding the infrastructure for some time, and also being part of the Green Army movement, going to households as part of awareness and also as part of the O&M efforts corporation were taking. So whatever, wherever we have reached is kind of considerably a good level when we compare with other cities where the same initiatives have started. But going, from my perspective, it is quite linked to the revenue model that corporation is intending to create through the infrastructure production. So as long as the MRF and RRF revenue generation becomes self-sustainable or self-sufficient, that is the only point where we can actually have a well-balanced collection and
Got it.
the chain initiation.
I got it. It's like the corporation has to go from just a service provider to actually making money out of the waste that is
From
being
a
collected.
self-sustenance point of view,
Exactly.
yes.
Yeah. No, that was one of the things what we found during the survey, because if you see what we found was the amount of, if you see the waste that is being collected, major section of the valuable items are being handled by the apex traders. അവരാണ് മാക്സിമം കൊണ്ടുപോകുന്നത്. What comes into the formal system of the corporation RRC or what is not being addressed by them, like the rejects, clothes, chappals, that kind of, until they come up with a revenue model which will generate money.
Exactly. Another point is like, what is the hierarchy of the system that we are maintaining in terms of the infrastructure? Because we have a failed model which was totally centralized alone, and now we have a decentralized model just at the decentralized level. I think we should, it's time we look into a multiple tier model, where so far we don't have a formal assessment or quantitative assessment of different kinds of non-biodegradable and where it's how its chain is working in terms of recycling. So where if you convert that into an infrastructure gesture, then it is about having multiple tiers or hierarchies of the same infrastructure we are planning at a decentralized level.
Can you elaborate on them? I didn't get it.
As of now, we have MRF and maybe RRF, but that is just at a very decentralized level. Okay, but if we look at the different grades of the material and its routes or how it is going to be channelized, maybe we need a multiple hierarchy of planning the infrastructure. So now we have MRF and RRF working at, say, ward levels. So what is next? I guess we are missing out on planning or master planning at multiple hierarchies, maybe at the ward level or maybe at the district level, in terms of its geographical allocation and also regarding different grades of material and its processing.
Okay, yeah, got it. different grades of materials need to be processed at different facilities. So that is what you mean by multi-tier model, isn't it? Rather
Yeah.
than just MRFs and RFs catering to everything, you
Because
make
the
it very specific.
production
Yeah.
as ways for different materials regarding its time span is different. The volume you collect for the plastic wrappers is different when compared to the volume you collect for, say, cloth waste or say glass waste. So that is one key factor for planning infrastructure also, which that link we always miss out on.
Okay.
For the
Anything?
same time period. So 1 month
Okay.
what you collect, and then its cycle and storage. Everything is at cost of safety, space or also or labor.
Okay.
So where do the glass waste go? And because 1 month is not enough, maybe for a good turnover for the glass waste,
Okay.
which is different when you compare with the plastic waste.
Okay. Okay, but I feel that corporation is actually they have deferred it in that form, isn't it? They have a chart which follows different collections at different points.
Yes, very much.
They have done
But
that.
is it
Is it okay?
reflecting in the infrastructure planning is my question.
Okay, okay. No, no, that is not there. Okay, fine. It is not reflecting the infrastructure planning. Okay, fine. Anything else, Ganga, you would like to add with reference to the recovery facilities uh, that are not having any control? Do you think there has to be a legislation or there has to be a licensing from the corporation? How do you control the rejects? Anything like that on that?
Yeah, because as long as mostly it is a gray layer, the way it works and the way it functions, and when we look at, say, the presence or availability of landfills versus the MRF, and also the market which is functioning regarding scrap, it is working totally in a gray way. So maybe licensing is also about creating a master plan for the waste and processing at a city level, where both the formal and the informal becomes equal stakeholders. More than licensing for controlling, it could be a licensing for participation, a very productive way.
Licensing for participation might be you can think of incentivizing, uh, isn't it?
Yeah.
You could, or penalizing or disincentivizing facilities that do not have good control, or they're not maintaining the same kind of control. Okay, got it. Gopakumar sir, you're in now. How about your inputs on?
Yes, what I want to tell is once this Haritha Karma Sena, when it is being in place properly and it is being strengthened, actually we have to have a system to make our Haritha Karma Sena HKS to be strengthened. Otherwise, what will happen? We have to make them as enterprise, or now we are forming a 25 this one 25 ADS or 25 wards. We are going to form new association, but still we have to have plans to strengthen their financial input, because sometime, or say suppose one corona season, you still remember Calicut got Haritha Karma Sena, but collection was not there and they didn't add any money. So last government had given a order like that, but this shouldn't happen next time. They should have enough financial resources in store, and they have to come up to the mark. Full environmental services should be given from them, like that, and we have to form them as an enterprise. Then only this will become a success.
Okay, we'll have to give them financial support also instead of just
No, how
they
to
getting.
not only financial support, how to make them proper sustain, like a industry or a company, regular, because not only waste collection, I am telling, anything under this environmental problems come to that area, they should be able to manage it. We have to teach them. We have to teach them on how to manage or cleaning or disinfecting or managing biogas or managing any waste management systems. They should be equipped and they should be trained properly. Then we have to give them proper accounting methods, and like that we have to strengthen them.
Okay. One more thing, like just before this, Ganga was telling, sir, here she was telling that the RRCs of corporation should think of generating revenue, which will also support these Harita Karma Sena people, who are collecting waste from the households. When there is a facility within the corporation formally, so are you thinking in those terms where we actually fill in the infrastructure gap, is should
Yes,
yeah.
as you know, there is only 57 wards are having RRCs, and rest 43 wards we don't have RRC. But like how means Sir had told, Bin Sir had told, we are going to get a lot of new funds, and we are proposing new RRCs also. But the problem is, anywhere we are going and keeping RRC or Tumbur Mari, there are problems. There's a lot of problem over there. That is one main issue, how to tackle that, and land availability is also low. And definitely we have to strengthen the RRCs, and including at present there is not even a weighing machine over there. The facilities or equipments over there is very low, and they don't have a proper fire control system also, because during summer season and all there is a good chance fire happening in the RRC itself. So we have to keep all these things in mind. And most of the RRCs were constructed before, or on the start of 2010, 12, 13, 14 period. Those RRCs constructions now need maintenance also. And we have to properly equip them. Then only we will come to a solution.
Yeah. How about the service gap that we saw? Like there is so much of we have 57% coverage. We are able to recover, but there is a section of like mismanaged or illegal service providers who are actually collecting waste, and might be they are responsible for the leakage that we see in the corporation. How do you think we can address that?
Actually speaking, it's a very big problem. These illegal waste collectors are actually major chunk of what the waste you are seeing. No, there's that gap mostly handled by these illegal collectors. Illegal collectors are once they were legal before when Kumbasri was there, and they were only in very few numbers. Now around 500 of them, 390 of them are there. Now we got a list of them. But need a very big political will also. Recently, 3 or 4 times they had gone strike in front of corporation against us, because we started catching their autos and stopped their collection wards also. Some wards also we had stopped, and when we established our Harita Karma Sena, so for that we need a very big political support.
Just one small thing that I was thinking of, like what is your why can't we include them into the Harita Karma Sarma and formalize them? Does it help?
I think everybody over here is Mallu only, no?
Yeah, no problem.
ഞങ്ങൾ അവരോട് നല്ല രീതിയിൽ അവരോട് ആവശ്യപ്പെട്ടതാണ്. അവർക്ക് 10,500 അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 15,000 രൂപയ്ക്ക് ജോലി ചെയ്യാൻ വരാൻ അവർക്ക് വയ്യ. അതാണ് അതിന്റെ റീസൺ. അവർക്ക് ഇപ്പം 35,000 മുതൽ 50,000 രൂപ വരെ അവർക്ക് കിട്ടുന്നുണ്ട്. അവർ ചെയ്യുന്ന പ്രവൃത്തി എന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നേരെ ഈ സാധനം എടുക്കുന്നു, മിക്കവാറും നമ്മുടെ ആമേഴഞ്ച തോട്ടിലും ഈ ഓരോരോ തോട്ടിൽ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് തട്ടുന്നതിന് വലിയൊരു പങ്ക് അവർക്കാണ്. പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് ഒരു 2 ഗ്രൂപ്പുണ്ട്. ഞാൻ ഈ പറഞ്ഞ 394 300 പേര് ഒരു ഗ്രൂപ്പും, മറ്റേ ആ 90 ശിഷ്ടം 90 സംതിങ് ആൾക്കാർ വേറൊരു ഗ്രൂപ്പാണ്. അവരത്രയും പ്രശ്നമില്ല. അവര് ഹരിതകർമ്മ സേനയിലേക്ക് വരാൻ ഇപ്പൊ വില്ലിങ് ആയിട്ടുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ മെയിൻ പ്രോബ്ലം ഇത് തന്നെയാണ്. ഇതിനകത്ത് ചില ആൾക്കാർക്ക് സിംഗിൾ ആയിട്ട് വരുമാനം 50,000 മേലുണ്ട്. അതാണ് പ്രശ്നം. There lies the problem.
there lies. So that how do you address it? I mean, what is your take?
That's why I told. That's why I told we need a very strong political
Strong
will to stop
political.
this. But from
Yeah.
corporation, there is no problem. Mayor and the health committee chairman is with us. But outside also, this same thing should happen.
Yeah. Now let me ask you something, Go, sir. Like, what do you do if you can actually control the facilities? വീടുകളാണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിലും സ്ഥാപനങ്ങളാണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിലും ലൈസൻസ് കൊടുക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് അവനെ കൺട്രോൾ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുക. ദാറ്റ് ഇസ് യു ഡോണ്ട് ഗിവ് ഇറ്റ് ടു ദീസ് ഗൈസ്, യു ഓൺലി ഗിവ് ഇറ്റ് ടു അവർ ഓത്തറൈസ് ഗൈസ്. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ഇതിലേക്ക് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ആസ് എ റെഗുലേറ്ററി അതോറിറ്റി നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ചിന്തിക്കാൻ പറ്റുമോ? I mean,
ഡെഫിനറ്റ്ലി വൺ നമ്മൾ വളരെ വ്യക്തമായിട്ട് തന്നെ നമ്മൾ പല സ്ഥലങ്ങളിലും വീടുകളിലും എല്ലാം കൗൺസിലേഴ്സിനെയൊക്കെ ഉൾപ്പെടെ നമ്മൾ ഇവരെ ബ്ലോക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ ശ്രമിച്ചപ്പോൾ കൗൺസിലേഴ്സിന്റെ അടുത്ത് വീട്ടുകാർ തട്ടിക്കയറുകയാണ്. കാരണം അവർക്ക് സെഗ്രിഗേറ്റ് ചെയ്യേണ്ട ആവശ്യമില്ല എവർക്ക് കൊടുക്കുമ്പോൾ. കാരണം ഈ വേസ്റ്റ് എവിടെ പോകുന്നു എന്നുള്ളത് ആ വീട്ടുകാരന് അറിയേണ്ട ആവശ്യമില്ല. 500, 600, 700 കൊടുക്കാൻ അവർ തയ്യാറാണ്. സെയിം ടൈം നമ്മള് 100 രൂപ പ്ലാസ്റ്റിക് കളക്ട് ചെയ്യാനെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് പോയി കഴിഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അവരത് തരാൻ തയ്യാറില്ല. നിങ്ങൾ ജൈവം കൂടി എടുക്കുമെങ്കിൽ മാത്രമേ ഞങ്ങൾ ഇത് ചെയ്യുള്ളൂ എന്നുള്ളതാണ് അവരുടെ സ്റ്റാൻഡ്. പക്ഷെ കോർപ്പറേഷന്റെ പോളിസി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഡീസെൻട്രലൈസ്ഡ് വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെന്റ് എന്നുള്ള ഒറ്റ കാര്യം മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ. ആ വാർഡിനപ്പുറത്തേക്ക് ജൈവമായിട്ടുള്ള വേസ്റ്റ് കളക്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പാടില്ല എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. ഹരിതകർമ്മസേന നിങ്ങളുടെ പിന്നെ സർവേ നടക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് ഫസ്റ്റ് ഹരിതകർമ്മസേന എസ്റ്റാബ്ലിഷ്ഡ് ആവുന്ന സമയത്താണ് നിങ്ങൾ സർവേ നടക്കുന്നത്. ഇന്ന് കോർപ്പറേഷനിൽ 56 വാർഡിൽ ഹരിതകർമ്മസേന എസ്റ്റാബ്ലിഷ്ഡ് ആയി കഴിഞ്ഞു. പൂർണ്ണ തോതിലല്ലെങ്കിലും ഒരു ആദ്യം തുടക്കത്തിൽ എസ്റ്റാബ്ലിഷ് ആയ വാർഡുകളിലൊക്കെ ഒരു 1500 മീൻസ് പകുതിയോളം 50% ഓഫ് ദ ഹൗസ് ഹോൾഡ്സ് ആൻഡ് കൊമേഴ്ഷ്യൽ കളക്ഷൻ കിട്ടുന്നുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ ബാക്കിയുള്ള സ്ഥലങ്ങളിലേക്കും അതുപോലുള്ള പെനിട്രേഷൻ ചെല്ലണം. അതിന് ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ വേണ്ടത് ഒന്ന് ഓണർഷിപ്പ് ഫ്രം ദ ഹെൽത്ത് ഇൻസ്പെക്ടേഴ്സ് ആൻഡ് അവർ സ്റ്റാഫ് ഉണ്ട്. അതിന് വളരെയധികം ബുദ്ധിമുട്ട് നേരിടുന്നുണ്ട്. സോ വി ആർ ഓർഗനൈസ്ഡ് കപ്പാസിറ്റി ബിൽഡിംഗ് വർക്ക്ഷോപ്സ് ആൻഡ് കണ്ടിന്യൂസ് ട്രെയിനിങ്സ് അതെല്ലാം ഇപ്പൊ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പോവുകയാണ്. സോ മാർച്ച് 31 മുമ്പ് 100 വാർഡുകളിലും ഹരിതകർമ്മ സേന സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യണം. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ HIമാരെയും ബൈ ദ ടൈം എല്ലാവരെയും കപ്പാസിറ്റേറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് നമ്മുടെ ഒരു സിസ്റ്റമാണ്. കാരണം ഇത് പ്രോപ്പറായിട്ട് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞിരുന്ന കോർപ്പറേഷന് ഒരു 2000 അടുപ്പിച്ചിട്ട്, കാരണം 2000 വരില്ലെങ്കിലും ഒരു 1500ഓളം എംപ്ലോയീസിനെ കോർപ്പറേഷനായിട്ട് തന്നെ കിട്ടുന്ന വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെന്റ് സെക്ടറിൽ കിട്ടുന്ന ഒരു പരിപാടിയാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് അതിന്റെ ആ ഒരു ലെവലിലേക്ക് എല്ലാവരും ഇത് മനസ്സിലാക്കിയിട്ടില്ല. കുറച്ച് HIമാരൊക്കെ ആ ലെവലിലേക്ക് എത്തിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. സിസ്റ്റത്തിനകത്തും പ്രശ്നങ്ങളുണ്ട്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ സിസ്റ്റത്തിന് പുറത്ത് ജനങ്ങളുടെ ഇടയിലുള്ള വലിയ പ്രശ്നം വേസ്റ്റ് സെഗ്രിഗേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാതെ മറ്റവർ എടുക്കുന്നു എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. പക്ഷെ മറ്റവരെ പൂർണ്ണമായിട്ടും ഹാൻഡിൽ ചെയ്യാനുള്ള ഒരു പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ വില്ല് നമുക്ക് കിട്ടിയാൽ മാത്രമേ അതിനെ പൂർണ്ണമായിട്ട് നിർത്താൻ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. അവർക്ക് ഈ ശമ്പളത്തിന് ജോലി ചെയ്യാൻ വരാൻ അവർ തയ്യാറുമല്ല. ഒരു ഗ്രൂപ്പ്, ഐ എം നോട്ട് ടോക്കിംഗ് അബൌട്ട് two groups are there, one group is not willing.
Okay, so the amount of revenue they get is very high. So only thing is like you need the political will, you need the support from the corporation itself to have all these officials, the officials of the corporation to increase the coverage in different wards, so that Harita Karma Sera is the person to go to, to actually manage the waste, isn't it? That is how we plan to increase the service, fill the service grab.
We will we will collect all the non-bio waste, and bio waste should be collected or means only moved inside the ward, not outside the ward. ഈവൻ ഇപ്പോ പന്നി കർഷകരെ കുറിച്ചുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞു. പക്ഷെ നമുക്ക് ഇപ്പൊ തൽക്കാലം മറ്റ് നിവൃത്തിയില്ലാത്തതുകൊണ്ട്, ബട്ട് കൊമേഴ്ഷ്യൽ വേസ്റ്റ്, ഹോട്ടൽ വേസ്റ്റ് പന്നിക്കൊക്കെ നല്ല രീതിയിൽ ഫ്രഷ് ആയിട്ട് തന്നെ പിന്നെയും വലിയ പുട്രിഫിക്കേഷൻ ഇല്ലാതെയൊക്കെ തന്നെ കിട്ടുന്ന ഒരു സാധനമാണ് ഹോട്ടൽ വേസ്റ്റ്. പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് വെജിറ്റബിൾ കട്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള വേസ്റ്റ്, ബാക്കിയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ അതൊക്കെ സ്വാഭാവികമായി നല്ല രീതിയിൽ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നതിന് കുഴപ്പമില്ല. ബട്ട് വീടുകളിൽ നിന്നുള്ള വേസ്റ്റ് ഈസ് പുട്രിഫൈഡ് വേസ്റ്റ്. ആ പുട്രിഫൈഡ് വേസ്റ്റ് ഒരു കാരണവശാലും ഫുഡ് സൈക്കിളിനകത്ത് വരാൻ പാടില്ല. ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് WHO's വൺ ഹെൽത്ത് പോളിസിക്കകത്ത് തന്നെ പറയുന്നതാണ്, റീഹീറ്റഡ് വേസ്റ്റ് വരാൻ പാടില്ല എന്നുള്ളത് പറയുന്നതാണ്.
Okay. Now, if that is the case, then from what I say, what you said, I can tell that you plan to increase the number of Haritha Karma Sena employees, you'll increase the coverage in the wards, and you will see to it that the organic waste that is being generated in those wards are being managed in those wards itself, isn't it? അതായത് പുറത്തേക്ക് വന്നിട്ട് നമ്മൾ വേറെ ഇപ്പോൾ നിവൃത്തിയില്ലാത്ത കാരണം നമ്മൾ പിഗ് ഫോംസും ഇതിനൊക്കെ ഡിപ്പെൻഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നു ബട്ട് ഇറ്റ് വിൽ ഓൾവേസ് ബി ദാറ്റ് ഇറ്റ് ഇസ് മാനേജ്ഡ് ഇൻ ദോസ് വാർഡ്സ് ഇറ്റ്സെൽഫ്, isn't it?
Yes.
That would be
Otherwise,
the ideal.
Yeah. Ideal thing. Otherwise, what we should do is we should go for ward-based organic waste converting machines or something like that, and turn these waste into feeds.
And how about commercial waste? How do you manage? How do you plan to commercial waste generate?
Commercial waste, I told you, commercial waste. Most of the commercial waste is good for pig feed. There, I don't have any against that thing. I don't have any problem because our heated waste alla mostly. Most of the waste is vegetable cut waste. അങ്ങനെയുള്ള waste ആണ് organic waste ഹോട്ടലുകളിൽ നിന്ന് കിട്ടുന്നത്. അത് അവിടെ പോയി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമുക്ക് വലിയ പ്രോബ്ലം ഇല്ല. പക്ഷേ ഹൗസ് വേസ്റ്റ് ഈ അനധികൃത കുടുംബശ്രീ എടുക്കുന്നതൊക്കെ പന്നിക്ക് പോകുന്നത് is not good.
Okay. It's not good. Yeah, it's not healthy also. Yeah. Okay. And when it comes to environmental leakages from the recovery facilities, we are actually planning of developing the infrastructure of these. ഇതിന്റെയൊക്കെ ഒരു once again revamp ചെയ്ത് recondition ചെയ്യാനാണ് നമ്മൾ പ്ലാൻ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. Can I say that? To avoid the leakage.
Once again revamp ചെയ്ത് ഇതിന്റെ കൺസ്ട്രക്ഷൻസും എല്ലാ വാർഡുകളിലേക്കും ഇത് കൊണ്ടുവരിക. ഇപ്പൊ നമ്മൾ ഒരു 3-4 പുതിയ ബെയിലിംഗ് മെഷീനുകൾക്ക് നമ്മൾ പ്രപ്പോസൽ വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ആ ബെയിലിംഗ് മെഷീനുകൾ KSWMBയിൽ നമ്മൾ കൊണ്ടുവരാനായിട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. പിന്നെ അതുപോലെ ചില CSR ഫണ്ടുകൾ നമുക്ക് വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതിനകത്തു നിന്നെല്ലാം കുറച്ചുകൂടെ ബെറ്റർ ആയിട്ട് ഇത് മാനേജ് ചെയ്യുന്ന സിസ്റ്റത്തിലേക്ക് പോവുക. ഈ വേസ്റ്റ് ഒരു കാരണവശാലും എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നില്ല നമുക്ക് ഇവിടെ മാനേജ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമെന്ന്. അപ്പോൾ ആ ഈ വേസ്റ്റ് സെപ്പറേറ്റ് ആയിട്ട് കളക്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ട് ഈ വേസ്റ്റ് ഹാൻഡിൽ ചെയ്യുന്നവർക്ക് കൈമാറാൻ മാത്രമേ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ കുപ്പിയുടെ ചില്ലിന്റെ വേസ്റ്റ് എല്ലാം അങ്ങനെ അത് പ്രോപ്പർ മെക്കാനിസത്തിലേക്ക് ഈ ഹരിതകർമ്മസേന വന്നാൽ തന്നെ ഒരു വലിയ അളവിലുള്ള പിൽഫ്രേജ് മാറിക്കിട്ടും. ബട്ട് സ്റ്റിൽ ഒരു ചെറിയൊരു പെർസെൻറ്റേജ് എന്തായിരുന്നാലും നമുക്ക് സർവീസ് ഗ്യാപ്സും മീൻസ് ഒരു 10% എന്തായിരുന്നാലും കളക്ഷനിൽ ഗ്യാപ്പ് വരും എന്ന് തന്നെയാണ് പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുന്നത്. കാരണം 90% അച്ചീവ് ചെയ്യാൻ തന്നെ സാധിക്കുള്ളൂ. 100% is in dreams.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, true. Okay, that's good. Thank you, Joe. Then Mujib, your inputs, please. Mujib is there? Mujib is there. Ranju on hold. Rajesh does not have much to contribute. Then Gopika can talk. Gopika, you there?
Yes. Sorry.
Yes.
I think earlier I kept jumping on and off the call.
No. Oh, is it? No problem. Tell me, Gopika. Gopika, as our when it came, like you just heard what Gopakumar said and Gosar said and Ganga said, how to increase the services, address the service gap and the infrastructure gap and reduce the leakages. What is your take on how to go about it?
I think I'm just trying to relate it to back when Green Army was there, and we started this movement trying to add more community sensitization around solid waste management. I do see that a lot of result is coming out, which is brilliant. So from what we see, we have more leverage on control on the let's say on the household side. So let's try to leverage more source reduction. I think just like what Gopkumar sir also said, people are quite reluctant to segregate in their own household and then give it to formal collection facilities. I also think it could be because I think from the part of Kerala, that part of Trivandrum that I'm from, we did face a lot of difficulty in trying to set the frequency of people who come and collect things from us. So maybe a more subordinated model when it comes to the RRCs would be more effective, so that they can also try to, let's say, set the frequency according to the material. So there are multiple variables here. Right? One is the material, and one is the amount of times that people come, and one is the reachability. So I think that distributed model is quite important. And that again links to what Ganga also mentioned with the revenue model. We have to incentivize on both sides. My question, although over here, was to what extent can we leverage the informal sector? Because from what we say, they do have more of an understanding of this market. Is there some way that we can things around and leverage their expertise on the market, leverage their connection to these local communities which are outside the reach of RRCs? I think that could be in one way the key, but I do understand there's a lot of politics involved in that. There is a lot of, out of our reach finance involved in it.
What would let's hear it from health officer itself, Govumar sir, using the services of the. You're there, sir. Govumar sir is gone. Hello. I think he's on another call. Okay, got it. Because I just wanted to know this. How can we actually include the informal sector into this? Because when we saw it, most of the informal sector had no control in how they were actually managing the recovery. There was no control. There was no licenses. Many of them did not have licenses. So that is one thing we have to include them. But how do we control it? Because that leads to leakage. Yep.
I think there should be other influences on these informal sectors other than money. Just trying to understand their perspective on this whole waste management issue would be quite helpful. Could be a turning point in the whole thing, because we are trying to manage everything from the corporation, from the people side. But this missing link is quite important there. But then again, I do agree that a bottom-up approach of educating the households, pushing them towards including residents associations, just like what Ganga again said, the multi-tier approach to this could be more helpful. I think the further away we go away from the value. Sorry.
What is your take on the like Gopakumar sir just now said? Like people are not ready to segregate the waste and give it to the waste collectors. They still want they want the easy way out. You got it. So would that still function as a green army and through the participatory action of that fourth point that we are talking about, citizen groups? Do you think it is workable? It was working and it lost its influence. Do you see that?
I'm not very sure if it's lost the influence, but it certainly has to say a lot about the tier that the household is in. If it is in a different tier, or if it's in a high income group, they behave differently than a middle income group and a low group. When are apart.
Hello everyone. So my name is Karthik and I would be leading the moderation for this group, which would be focusing the discussion on circular financing in solid waste management. Before initiating and deep diving into this discussion, I think it would be good, if you could take, let's say, like 5 minutes for a very short introduction, so we are aware who are. And it would be also great, like if you can switch off on your camera and participate actively here. So should we start with a round of introduction? Biju, I see the first in my list. Would you like to introduce yourself? Maybe just two-liners about your background and any discussion group.
Thank you, Karthik. I am Biju Balakrishnan, representing Kerala State Pollution Control Board. Previously in charge of Trivandrum, and now looking after the Kottayam district. Had 8 years experience in Trivandrum city related to its waste management as a regulator enforcer.
That's great. That's great, Viju. Nice to have you in this discussion group. Perhaps next could be Abhik Dev. Abhik, can you introduce yourself? Okay, then we could switch to Saji Sebastian. Saji, are you with us in the discussion? If you're trying to speak, your mic is muted. You have to unmute yourself. Okay, so I think Abhik and Saji are silent here. The next I see is Lalita Pant. Lalita ji, would you like to introduce yourself? Lalita ji, are you with us in the conversation? Oh, great. Yeah, you're unmuted now, please.
Okay. Hello. Hello, everyone. I'm Lalita Panjoshi. I work for a company called Arcadis, and right now we are supporting World Bank Solid Waste Management Project, and Thiruvananthapuram is one of the key cities that we are studying right now. So that is the reason for me being here and having interest in this study. That's one. And I have an experience of around 20 years working on waste management sector. I'm heading the Urban Environment and Resilience team of Arcadis in India.
Great, Lalita ji. I think with the given experience, it would be kind of a lot of inputs that you can add to the discussion. Moving here, I also see Humayun as a participant. Would you like to introduce yourself? Humayun. Okay, Humayun, you're muted. So basically, we are 5 people here, and I think Humayun is on hold here. Okay. Aishwarya, would you like to give a short introduction of yourself? I see that's also been an issue here. Okay, so Saji, Prakash, Humayun, and Aishwarya, yeah, you could just unmute yourself and anytime, pitch in the discussion. And perhaps you could start further with the presentation here. So, particularly today in this session, like for next 30 to 40 minutes, we would be discussing on circular financing, and the major themes that we would be touching upon would be focusing upon what current financial mechanisms are there at the city level for waste management. Then we would be also touching upon the circularity paradigm in waste management, what's the outlook for circularity, and lastly we would be exploring some financial instruments that we can achieve or that could be piloted particularly to improvise the waste management system here. At any point, if you feel there is a question or there is a thought, you could stop me, and we could have a discussion too there. Okay, so Lalita ji, just a heads up, is everything audible and visible well?
Sorry, I missed your, if you're talking to me, sorry, I missed your last question.
No worries, Lalita ji. I was just checking that am I audible properly, and are you able to see the slides too?
Yeah, Karthik,
Okay.
I'm able to see the slide. I'm able to see the slide, and you are audible, loud, well, and clear.
That's great. That's great. Okay, so yeah, let's dive in detail to this discussion, and let me put up a question, like bounce it up. That what are the different financial mechanisms that you have seen are used in the city? Uh, any thoughts? Any things that are coming to your mind on that?
Basically, when you talk about the financial mechanisms of the city, most of the, if you talk about specifically with respect to the waste management sector, currently, I guess the large chunk of it comes from the central government as well as the state government funding, with SBM being the key component. Some of it also is from the ULB own resources. In addition to that, there are grants and loans component from different sources, which as of now are the key financial mechanism to fund any waste management project in the city. That's based on my understanding. There probably may be others, which others can add.
Yes, I mean, Lalitaji, I completely agree. Yeah, Prakash, you were speaking something. Any other colleague who would like to add on the thought offline here, that what are basically the financial mechanisms that you are aware of that the city has been using, particularly in the solid waste management space? Okay, Humayunji, Aishwarya, Saji, Sebastian, and Prakash. I think you've been like a silent observers here, but it would be really great that if you can unmute yourself and speak on it, the topic. I think that would be more interactive participation. If possible, please go ahead. I could give you like 30 seconds for you to unmute and speak, if possible. Okay, I do see Rivi Matthew part of this group too. Okay, she's not here then again. So I think this is a bit like a bottleneck that we face with the online interactions. Okay, so I'm just waiting for like next 10 seconds. Hello, Prakashji. Yeah, good to see you here. Prakashji, you are muted, so you need to unmute your mic.
Okay, sir.
Great. So, Prakashji, yes, we were just setting the context of the whole discussion on circular financing. And the question that we asked was, what are basically the financial mechanisms that city is exploring or that you know about that are practiced for solid waste management in the city currently? We touched upon some points like the ULB resources, grants, and also the government funding. Are there any other such mechanism or instruments that you are aware of?
No, sir. Government mechanism plus ULB funding is there. No other funding.
Okay, great. As you pointed out, right, just to make the whole schematic more clear that what are the different financing mechanisms, I've just break down it into 4 categories. So with the ULB, when you see generally what we've observed that the financing component first comes from maximizing the waste management revenue, which is the collection of user fee, sales of recyclables, and other sources, which could be advertising and marketing with the trucks and things like that. The other is definitely grants and subsidies that ULB receives, and further ULB also passes them forward with the implementing partners that they are working in the city. And lastly comes are the in-kind support, which are from agencies or the ULB, which extends it to the entrepreneurs who are working in the waste space by providing land or other resources. When we look at private sector, particularly. So we see there are options of PPP, then there are bonds and equity there, and there are joint ventures that happen. There are CSR, crowdfunding, and also the new regime of extended producer responsibility, which was there for the e-waste. Now it's in discussion for the tire waste, and the guidelines are already out for the plastic packaging. In terms of international organizations, the fundings have been on the climate finance, which are on carbon credits, green financing. There have been donation, grant calls, concessional loans, and additionally, we see that government and state supporting the development, doing the development financing. So this is basically the status of financing mechanism that we see that is generally around solid waste management. As a group, do you feel there is something that we are missing out on this, or do you feel that this is kind of a very exhaustive list and you've been aware of every element or you've heard about it at some or other time? So yeah, you could keep yourself unmute and just continue talking like on the way. Yeah, Lalita, yeah, you were saying something.
Yeah, Karthik, I guess you have covered more or less everything. Under the broad head, I guess, under the four broad head and the subheads that had been that you have provided under these four broad head, I think we covered most of the sources of finances for the ULBs for SWM sector.
And Prakashi, any things from your side on this?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay. So perhaps it would be interesting to know at this point that, with all this financing that, we see in the city for solid waste management, where does this fund actually go? Like, what are the priority areas where the funds are used in the city or being directed? So what are your thoughts on that?
I guess for some of the, like if you talk about the CSR component and this one, most of the fund is towards processing, because the kind of projects that I know that have been funded from CSR, most of them have been the waste processing project, right? And private sector participation normally have an integrated range of SWM project, right from collection, transportation to treatment disposal for different cities. Though that may not be the case for Thiruvananthapuram, but yes, for other cities, yes. Bonds and equities, I guess that also has a wide range of application when you talk about cities like normally cities with have a good credit rating, let's say, for example, cities in Maharashtra that we have been discussing, Thane, Pune and other cities, they have been using that kind of, including Ahmedabad, they have been using that kind of mechanism to fund fund their SWM initiatives. Green and climate finance, yes, it has emerged with support from international organizations like UN, and there are others as well. Then concessional loans are normally from, I think most of it is, when you talk about this, I think couple of it are for the integrated parts, but most of it, I guess, goes towards processing and disposal side. And most of it, because if you talk about the concerns, when you talk about the concerns are primarily on the environmental degradation that happens because of the waste management, and how to control the pollution and the associated environmental and social challenges with that. That probably had been the concerns, and the mitigation, and the most of the time the funding is towards mitigation of that. That's my opinion on that.
I mean, very well taken. And I think, Lalita ji, you're making a very right point that the most of the private funding that comes in is actually directed towards processing and recycling. Whereas for the state and the ULBs, particularly the focus of the funding is on improving the operations. And Prakash ji and Lalita ji, this brings me to this chain of thought that how do you see that cities actually prioritizing this area of investments? Like, there are n number of things to do in the waste management in a city, and how do you feel that they are prioritizing that? What should be the first step where the funding should be directed, and what should be the least important thing? Any thoughts on those lines? Yeah, Prakash, please unmute yourself and speak. Lalita ji, you can keep yourself unmuted. I think it's a good thing that you're unmuted and could just speak. I mean, that's a house rule we could follow here. Not an issue.
Karthik, actually, I would like to hear others' view from other participants as well. Though I have my opinion and views on it, which I will discuss, but let Mr. Prakash give his views, then probably I'll continue.
I agree to that, Lalita ji. So, Prakash ji, I think we would be waiting for a response from your end. I mean, a very generic thought that since the city is able to secure some funding, like there are ULB generated funds, and then there are this private sector funds in form of CSR and EPR things that will be coming in. So, how the city prioritize the area of investments for solid waste management? Any thoughts on those lines? Prakash, maybe I could wait for 20 seconds for you to unmute yourself. If not, then perhaps I and Lalita ji can continue over the discussion. In the meantime, Humayun and Saji Sebastian, would you like to unmute yourself and participate rather than just being the observer? I mean, it would be great. Like, it's an easy topic, and I think your thoughts matter here. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. Hi, Humayun. Hi.
Myself, Humayun, District Coordinator at the Mission Thiruvananthapuram. First of all, I would like to appreciate the initiative taken by UN Habitat for conducting such a survey study in Thiruvananthapuram city. I would like to examine the actual survey reports before making any comments. But anyhow, you have already made only 90 households has been selected. As specified by the Secretary Trivandrum Municipal Corporation, about 4 lakhs households are in Trivandrum. So 90 households means very minimal, and I would like to have a more number, at least one person of the households and the institutions should be selected for a detailed study, and the report will be helping too much. Right now, the municipal corporation has taken a great initiative in deploying the Haritakarma Sena into almost 50 wards. But yeah, it is all in initial stages, and about 36 it has been already functioning in a good manner. But the other agencies who are working in the institutional level and household level, there is some challenges to the municipal corporation. That I hope that the corporation have already taken some initiative in the administrative level and in the council side itself, and they have also making their good effort
So,
to
Humayunji, when you are
India
talking about
bio and non-biodegradable collection, but there are some main issues in the biodegradable waste in the Trivandrum city. Some issues is going on. Anyhow, the initiative, but the 3-4 levels you have suggested have some sort of detailed study, because initially you have made a small intervention with the waste minimization and segregation status.
I see. Humayunji, like you were mentioning about the challenges, particularly that the corporation is facing. I get it. Like with all the financing that the city is receiving, kind of you highlighted that the priority has been the collection, and there have been this all informal groups, and the like the workers have been delegated or been assigned to collect the waste at the household level, which would be a bi-weekly arrangement. So that definitely comes that it's been a priority where the city wants to increase the collection. And just to build up upon that, I would be really wanting to know that we have been discussing about the different funding mechanism that city has access to. So what you feel that other than collection, or other than this system of collection where the informal group workers are going to the household, what are the other areas of interest or priority for a city to put their funding in, and how do they go with this selection? And and just on the point that you were mentioning about the credibility part, that only 90 households were surveyed. So I would just like to highlight a point here that with the 90 households, since the survey happened for 7 days, there were around 720 samples that were collected. So it's never possible that, out of 4 lakh, all the houses could be surveyed. And it's a fair point that 1% of household could have been surveyed. But I think statistically, it's also a right approach where, if you have a sample size which falls under a confidence limit of 95%, it gives you an acceptable result. So just to tell you in a layman language, it is like when you keep asking one thing to people, and after like 5 or 10 people, you start getting the same response. That means that it's been a generic thing, and that's how all this statistical thing has been designed. So, but yeah, of course, I could take this suggestion over to the seniors and like the people who have been designing on this tool to really see that, with the sample size of 720 houses, is it possible to even look at a 1% threshold that you were mentioning? But back to the discussion, other than the collection thing that you mentioned as a priority, what are the other areas of interest where cities been putting their funds that they generate through the different financing mechanism? So Mayanji, if you could add on that, and Prakashji also, we would be really wanting to hear you if you have some opinion or some thoughts on those. Okay. So, Humayunji, yeah, you can speak. Yeah, you're unmuted. Okay, I think Humayunji is not willing to speak on it. Perhaps Prakashji, would you want to add your thoughts here? You can just unmute yourself, because I see you muted. Yeah. So Prakashji? Okay. Nothing there. Okay, then Lalita, I come on you again. Of course, we heard some thoughts from the corporation side on the priority being the collection and having a more inclusive model where the informal groups are involved in the collection. What are your observations, especially with the city of Trivandrum, on prioritizing the use of this funding that they receive through different mechanisms?
In fact, we are still working on that. Probably that would come since we are supporting this World Bank on this solid waste management plan for Trivandrum. Probably that all our thoughts would be once we finalize the study. Probably all of it will come together. But the prima facie, what I feel is right now, though Trivandrum has though as a city, the policy of the city of minimal waste going to the landfill, I really appreciate it. But somehow there is not enough infrastructure, enough support which actually follow that, which is actually there to to make that policy a successful. It's a very good policy. I would still appreciate it. But somehow what happens is when Trivandrum is a very different kind of city. There are places where we don't have. There are places where enough land is available, enough space is available to do the processing at the household level. But at the same point of time, we have this high rises. There are other parts where actually there's a space crunch, right? And at that places when we are expecting the households to do the processing at the household level, it at times becomes difficult. And the second one is we have also interacted with couple of Trivandrum is a city where there are there are senior citizens living alone. Their kids are staying outside, somewhere outside. It's actually difficult for them. It's difficult for them to manage their daily chores, and along with that, managing their waste, because that's my experience based on I visited the city, I visited the household, we had interaction with people out there. What we felt was it was actually difficult for some of these people to actually, do the processing on their own. So the mechanism of collection and transportation has to be built in. Yeah, I would not say whatever initiatives had been done by Trivandrum Corporation so far, that's perfectly fine. That's good. That's good. And they should, in fact, provide further incentives on that. But in addition to that, I guess we also need to look at that waste is currently being, since it's not being processed, it's being burnt, it's just being left around, it's contributing to soil contamination. Though we just put it on the ground, if you just put it on the ground, it will contaminate the soil in the long run. So, and soil and the underground water resources, and Kerala being such a beautiful, such a sensitive place, we would not like to to contribute to further pollution. So what I feel is putting everything in a more channelized, more scientific setup would be a better mechanism rather than allowing everyone to do it unscientifically. Right, that's my take on that. That's my take on. So I guess once city gets it, I guess they should do some investments on the processing and disposal side. Right, that's and that requires processing and disposal. In fact, requires a lot of financial. It's a cost-intensive process. So basically, city need to work on it. That's once you get the private funding, I think that would be one area to look at. And second thing, right now we don't have enough collection and transportation mechanism as well. Processing and disposal can only happen once you collect it from the household and then take it to the disposal facility. I guess something can be done on that side as well. So, like, this is, I guess, one thing that the city can look at. Then there are others as well, but city can start with this one.
Great point, Lalita. I mean, I completely agree about the push in infrastructure that is being needed here. The model that Trivandrum is promoting is a very good model, but there is a diversity across the whole geographic location, and I think accommodating them would be a real success. Where not neglecting that there would be people who can't participate in processing, and we need certain centralized infrastructure also. It's kind of finding a right balance, if I get right. Prakashji, since even you are here and you've been working with the corporation element, I think it would be interesting to know from your end also, what you think on it. And if I just narrow down the question, I think since Lalita mentioned about what type of criteria you could use for selecting the investments, like where the investment should be going and prioritizing it, I think you can make a point that currently in the system, with the available funding that comes from different financing mechanisms, which are from ULBs, private sectors, additional sources, and international organizations, how are they channelized? I mean, is it just a collection and the MRFs, or are there any other areas also which kind of we are missing in the discussion, or we are a bit blindsided over it? So, Prakashji, can you add something on it? I mean, it would be great if you can maybe share some thoughts on it. Yes, Prakash, I think, yeah, please.
Sir, main problem in the city is the collection. See, now we have just started with the Haridharma Senas. They are not getting enough money. There is a main issue. The user fee, people are, some people gives user fee correctly. See, in coastal areas, they are not getting enough money. That is why that is why they are not giving it. We are not able to collect the full portion of the solid waste. So we have to support the Haridharma Senas first.
A very valid point, Prakashji. Yes, yes, we are with you. We are able to hear you. Please.
Sir, some of the Haridharma Senas we have just started a few months ago. See, some of them are getting enough money. We have fixed a minimum amount, and they are getting it. In some areas, they are not getting enough money, and we have to increase the coverage also. For that, we have to make awareness and other strategies. Then only we can improve the total 10% collection of the ward or corporation.
Karthik, to add to it, in fact, I would say Haridharma Sena in entire Kerala, not only Trivandrum, is an excellent group of people. I've not seen such dedicated group of people. I've been working in solid waste management for now more than 20 years, and I have been working with many cities in India. In fact, I've worked with more than 100 cities in India now, and I have not find such dedicated group of people in entire country as this Harit Karm Sena. Actually, what the point that Prakash ji made is very, very valid. In fact, these are excellent group of people having very high, all very highly self-motivated group. And I guess if we can strengthen them, probably half of the problems would be resolved on its own. I agree very well with what Prakash ji has said.
Um, yes, Lalita and Prakashi. I mean, it's a fair point that it's a good model, the Haritkam Sena doing the house door-to-door collection, and if we are not really able to cover the collection costs, or if they are not really getting paid, that motivation, which is kind of coming from a very self source, could go down. And I think systemizing that whole thing, where there is a proper financial flow for them, like they could make enough for the collection, would be really boosting the coverage too. So I think a fair point. Anything else, Prakashji, on use of funds and how city is prioritizing the funds particularly?
These are some private agencies are here. They are collecting. They are also helping us. See, earlier before Hardharmasena's deployment, some agencies are there. Around 18 agencies are collecting the waste from the city. They are collecting from the households, but they are not getting 10% coverage because corporation is not supporting them. We have to support first them. Then only they will get the coverage, 10% coverage and total solution.
Makes sense. That completely makes sense. And I think that really brings me to the next slide, which would be a bit like a short lecture where, I just want to set a context that, since we're talking about financing and we understood that there are multiple sources of funding that is coming in the city. But what is circular finance? And when we say that, this financing is like promoting circularity. So in front of the screen, like on the screen, you are seeing basically two pictures. I'll start with the left one. So it would seem a bit complicated, but that's the flow of, that's like the circular material flow that a city who is high on circularity would be basically seeing. So if you see, there is generally a product flow that, material is produced, then it is sold through retailing and it enters the city through consumers. It has been collected, like after the consumer makes it as a waste, it discards it, it has been collected, it is landfilled, or it's taken for incineration, or it is taken for recycling. So these are the general R loops, I would say, which are like recovery, recycling, which we really focus in our discussion of waste management. But there are also other R loops which are possible, which, if I say, is like repurpose, like why we have to discard a product, why can't it be repurposed in some way, having a reuse or a repair model on it. And also the most important thing, where we refuse or reduce the use of the material itself, so the waste isn't generated. I mean, that is how the framework of circularity looks like. And when funding comes or the investment comes in the projects which are supporting such circular loops, it just sets a right context for the circular financing. Um, I really feel, it would be important to discuss this donut model because this kind of helps us to understand from an environmental and a social perspective that how to prioritize this area of investments and how to really evaluate them to talk when we talk about the impact that each invested rupee is making, so how to evaluate it and, what could be the considerations we could keep on it. So this is a donut model in which, the upper circle that you see is basically the environmental ceiling. And the whole idea is that whatever efforts we do or the operations we do, we don't cross this ceiling. So talking about it in a context of waste management, you can see the pollution that we cause due to leakages of plastic in the ocean or in the marine environment, or the landfill gases that are released or mismanagement of landfills, kind of that upshoots this environmental ceiling. And the idea should be that how we can have least environmental damage and could be under the prescribed boundaries of it. And on the other side, the inner circle that you see is the social foundation. And the whole idea of the social foundation is that we need to take society together. In context of waste, if I give an example, inclusion of informal groups, public health are kind of the concerns thing that could be considered in this social foundation. Um, any questions on circularity or any thoughts that are coming in your mind about, what circularity is, and are really in the city we are doing some circular projects, or do you really see that our funding that or the models for the funding are designed around circularity? Any thoughts on that? So, Prakashji, I still think, yeah, you are part of our discussion. And on the circular part, any questions or any thoughts? Or Lalita, any thoughts about the model, like the donate model, like considering environment and social in prioritizing the investments, and about the circularity regime?
Karthik, I guess I agree with the model, and in fact, we should be all looking towards it, and that should be ultimate objective of any waste management, I guess. In fact, right now with the sustainability coming into picture in most of the, including the waste management sector, I guess circularity is the key thing that need to be looked at when we are talking about the waste management sector, which actually is not happening right now. Why, I'll tell you. Though we had some policy level initiative which were actually intended to get into that circularity things, say for example, when EP extended producer responsibility was one of that policy level initiative which was extended by the government to build on that circularity. But actually what is happening is there are so many loopholes within the policy itself, like you can you can purchase it, you can do it. Actually, when you want to do all those things, I guess in some of the cases the actual objective is lost. The objective becomes more with respect to the compliance for the companies, right? Similarly, in the objective companies are more concerned to get the compliance level, get them perfect on the compliance level, rather than actually, meeting the overall sustainability objective. So what is happening is, but only thing is, yes, since, but yes, all these things are being pushed up by sustainability is, all these things are pushed up at various levels. So yes, there had a lot of funds and finances has come up for circular, for making the waste management process more circular. That's a good thing about it. And I guess cities and institutions who have access to these funds, they should utilize it so that in a way they benefit, in a way that it creates a benefit both for the environment and social sector. That somehow is actually the implementation part is missing as of now. That's my opinion on it. Yes, and policies and papers, it's good. It's working out nicely.
Fair point. I mean, on the implementation aspect, Prakashji, if you are with us, I think I would like to know from your side that what you feel are the circular models that the city can explore to. Okay, so Prakashji is not part of the conversation here. Okay, no worries. But yeah, it's a fair point, Lalita, that currently when we see on the circularity aspect, the collection is a part of it, which would be boosting the processing and the recycling, and kind of the whole purview of the investment, circular investment, is towards increasing the recycling rate, and hence contributing to the circularity. But there are the whole dimension of upper hours which could be explored. And I think it's also one interesting thing to see about that with the recycling investments going for the recycling and the processing. How much are we really able to, bring in the perspective the environmental and the social ceilings, too, when we see that, okay, which project would be a right way to upgrade the recycling? Should be a decentralized, centralized model, or something different? Which technology? Any thoughts or any comments on that?
Okay,
A quick comment, maybe.
I'll come to that as well. What is actually happening? We talk about upcycling, right? Upcycling is a very, very good initiative, and actually that's the way to actually be more circular. But what is happening? The cost of upcycle product is much more than the product which you get, which you can directly make from the raw materials. Rahul, when because of this cost differential, the upcycling is not getting that kind of boost which it actually should get. That's the challenge in the circularity that we are facing, especially with respect to the waste management sector.
Mhm. So,
Right? That is,
if I, yeah,
yeah,
if I paraphrase, so you mean basically that the business models around the circular models are kind of not existing or are not very sustainable, which is, not which is leading to very low grassroots action. So that's
actually,
kind of.
that may be one. That may be one because what is happening is because
Mhm.
the basic fact is upcycling is not it's a cost intensive thing, right? The same
Exactly.
product, the
Exactly.
same product if you make from the raw material, it would cost you less, and if you upcycle the product, it would definitely cost you more. So in that scenario, we don't have a market unless and until there is there's an environment enthusiast who actually looks for these kind of things. There's not a market for it. That's one.
Makes sense.
So if we have to somehow make it compatible or make it like somehow make it compatible to the products which are generated from the original raw material, if we can do that, that can be one. Then talking about the second part on the circularity, we also talked about EPR, right? EPR somehow that is I have been working on biomining sector for some time as well. I was talking to a couple of people who had been looking at this biomining also along with this. Recently I'm doing a project with IFC on that. So in fact I happened to talk to a couple of people who had been utilizing this EPR mechanism to actually resource this waste. But what exactly is being done? They are just buying that EPR thing from the ULB, and then the credits are being bought instead of actually managing it. So this mechanism of actually, this is good. The ULBs are getting funds for it. That's a good initiative. And but somehow
But exactly, how
not
to
most of the
verify that
money
the
is
actual
being actually
recycling or the
utilized in
processing happens?
not the
Yeah,
money which is being paid to the ULB for the credit is not, it's not being utilized in an effective way, so it can
exactly.
be
Yeah.
effectively if it can effectively contribute to environmental sustainability. Because what is happening is waste is biomined or collected from one place and transferred to other, but the problem is in fact shifted from one place to the other. Instead of actually managing the problem, we are
Yeah.
shifting the problem. That's the problem
Yeah.
with the
True.
entire circularity thing.
True, Lalita, and I think this also brings this one very important action point that as a part of circularity regime, some investment has to go on the monitoring mechanisms also, so that we can ensure that the waste which is being claimed to be going in a circular loop by recycling or anything is actually recycled. And what you mentioned about here is on how to access about the fund. So the next slide that I wanted to discuss here is basically about exploring the circular financing instruments that city already has access to and they could direct, and further they could also explore from the external sources. And I think the first element of that is comes is like a sustainable public procurement. And if we really look in detail to it, like, what could be some living examples that we could really see in the city? So the first one could be where the city in their procurement channels is incorporating the sustainability guidelines, and and that's how, the whole channelizing of things happen. Um, and one interesting thing here is where, the contracts in the city are, like for the collection and transport. Generally, these contracts are made on collection of waste. Why not really switch it towards the processing of waste? Like, a person is not paid for collecting, but actually for the processing of waste. And I think that is a something which can fall under the regime of sustainable public procurement. Uh, the next is the green entrepreneurship model that cities could seek, where the state governments and the ULBs can promote the people, like the informal groups or the people who are operating informally, or the young startups, particularly who want to do something in the waste, and create some incentives for them, and also promoting the models where repair and refurbishment services are brought in the picture. I think this is kind of a no cost, like it doesn't need a lot of bigger investment, but it just needs a mindset shift, particularly here. um, the other element that I see could be in while we explore circular financing is the reduce, reuse, and recycle approach, where the programs actually combine the recycling investment. And I think this is the area where Trivandrum is actually doing something good, where the funds that they are getting, they are trying to use it for the collection and the processing capacity. So I think that's definitely an instrument they are exploring upon. And it's also like a point that the subsidies from private companies could be actually put for some recycling projects on MSW, like which is on experimentation of technologies and also exploring, like from the data that we see, we have an idea that what is actually being collected and processed, and what we see is like PET, HDPE, PVC in a very small amount are the major chunk of plastic waste which is explored. But what about the other plastic streams which are a part of that whole uncollected stream, or are collected but not being processed? I mean, looking at the thing that, what type of technologies or the recycling interventions are actually needed, like what material streams do really need some recycling infrastructure. I think exploring that could be one way, to guide the whole circular regime. And lastly is definitely investments from public sector and CSR, where as Trivandrum already is doing, that the CSR funding that they get is used for the processing place. And there, particularly more tie-ups could be explored, and especially with the EPR coming in. I mean, why not? The EPR notification also mentions about like the voluntary engagements can happen, where the brand owners and the producers can engage in the collection and the recycling system also if they want to. But definitely they need a safe space and a better contracts happening with the ULBs. So this was something what my thoughts are like on circular financing instruments. Since Lalita, I see it's only you who's been the participator. If you have any thoughts on it with perspective to Trivandrum, that is it doable, not doable? What is of really interest here? So I think that would be nice. And perhaps we have 3 or 4 minutes left to our discussion, so we could use that time on this slide. You're mute. Lalita, you need to unmute yourself.
Okay. I think Trivandrum is excellent when you talk about, Trivandrum, not only Trivandrum, entire Kerala is excellent when you talk about segregation models and segregation at source. The kind of segregation with people in Kerala are doing, that's simply actually everybody should learn from them. That's one thing I would say about Kerala. Really, people are putting a lot of effort to segregate all their waste at the households, and whenever Harit comes in or comes, they give it to them. But what is happening after, not everything which is being segregated by the household is being collected. Now, unfortunately, unfortunately, I happened to visit a couple of households. What I saw there was their fronts were, how the fronts of the household were very beautiful. But when you go to their backyard, they were filled up with, segregated PET bottles, segregated plastic, segregated coconut cans, something. So this, and you can see the backyard filled up. Most of the backyards that I saw in Thiruvananthapuram and other places in Kerala were filled up with waste. That's the unfortunate part. I didn't like it because the houses were so beautiful from outside, and it's like they have got a garden in front of it. But if you go to the backside, it was very unfortunate to see that kind of situation everywhere. And that, in fact, led to the situation. In fact, that is one thing which makes you feel like probably a lot need to be done, because since the people are putting effort, I think the city at the city level and the government level, I think a lot can be done to utilize the effort which people are already putting into segregation. So reuse and recycling initiatives can built into the system, because collection is very well, they are doing it. But after collection, most of the recyclable is transported outside Kerala. And since the transportation cost is very high, not everything is being collected also. Nobody is from CKCL is here, but I know that everything is not being collected from the household. Very minor fraction, only 2-3 components from the waste are being collected. So that is a big challenge, I guess. If the city need to address that, I guess once they address that challenge, I guess they could make a leap into this recycling and reuse initiatives, and as well as in the circular finance, circular, as well as towards circularity. That's my opinion on it.
Fair point, Lalita. According to you, basically the 3R approach area is kind of where Kerala is already having some strength, and Trivandrum is doing some good work, and building upon it, particularly more strategically for collecting the material streams that are not collected and building a recycling infrastructure, which could be not like just transporting them out to the other states, but having more control on that even in the in-house city. I think that's something where the whole financing instrument could be explored. I mean, with that approach, a very fair point. What about green entrepreneurship? Any thoughts on those lines? I like when we were doing the project, I've seen that like the recovery rate in Trivandrum is like really high. Like they're collecting around 267 tons per day of waste, which is recovered. But the level of control in these facilities is a bit low. There's always a scope where there could be a little more formal integration that can happen. Any quick thoughts on that?
Karthik,
Anything that you're considering in your World Bank project for it?
No,
Yeah.
not at the moment. What I'll tell you is green infrastructure entrepreneurship is in fact a very good idea. In fact, the city should promote it. And as I have already told, if we can do something to, incentivize the entrepreneurs in terms of bringing that upcycling, bringing the cost of upcycling from waste material, if they can bring down that cost probably, or get them some incentives in marketing their products, probably that would help in setting up for more green entrepreneurship and green entrepreneurship in waste sector. Because as I discussed earlier, right now the cost of upcycled product is much higher than the product from the fresh resource in some of the cases. So that is probably one deterrent. So I think a hand-holding from the state and the ULB probably would be a good effort in this direction.
A very fair
That's my
point.
opinion on this one.
That's a very valid point. I completely buy that and agree to that +1 on it. I also see, Aishwarya, you unmuted your mic. Would you want to add something to the discussion? Or Ribiji, you are again, I see you again participating here. Would you like to add some points here? Or do you have any question particularly? Aishwarya, Ribi, you need to unmute yourself because you're muted. So if you're speaking, we can't hear you. So yeah, if you go on the top of the screen, there would be the button of a mic. You can just click on it and you'll be unmuted. Okay. Fair enough. So I think the Aishwarya and Ribi doesn't have anything much to add here. Lalita, the point that you make, particularly on incentivizing the entrepreneurship and making a bigger focus on marketing of the products, I think that's something really interesting. That there are already the entrepreneurs who are in the collection or the upcycling of waste, but what they're lacking actually is the market access. So I think that's been particularly what I plan to discuss in this breakout room. Any generic thought or anything you feel we missed out, or maybe we should be touching upon? Any quick words? Because I think in 30 seconds we'll be closing the room. So yeah, I think we made that discussion really well. Yeah, Lalita, please.
I think we've discussed most of the points. I think I'm perfectly fine now. I'm good.
Oh, great, Lalita, great. Okay, then we connect again here in the main room. I think we'll get a notification of resume, so we need to click on it to be back again in the room.
So let's do a summary for everyone to understand what were the discussions happening in each breakout session. There were some who joined much later, but I hope it'll give you a quick snapshot of what action was happening. So let's start with Emily first. Emily, you were moderating the breakout room 1, which was focusing on awareness and capacity building with a focus on waste minimization, segregated collection, and circular systems. So what discussions happened in your room, and a quick summary and recap? Yeah. Emily, you'll have to unmute yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, realizing I'm on mute. Sorry about that. No, we had great discussion. Lots of really interesting things to say. Some things about the need for a landfill to process inevitable waste was one thing that we talked about. Also developing value stream or value for non-valuable waste currently, and also having kind of a value or use for the compost, and also having proper awareness for everyone, and to make sure that everyone's managing their waste properly and are aware of the different waste management systems, increased reporting and data allocation and availability to everyone. Also talked about adding more specific waste stream divisions, so having more separated waste streams, and that kind of summarizes the biggest topics that we talked about.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Emily. I'll quickly share, the findings of my group. We were talking about strengthening resource recovery by enhancing upcycling interventions, and how can we have effective operations of MRF, RRF facilities. So again, a very heated discussion here, but some of the points that we would definitely want to take forward in the action plan. One was on forward linkages, that we're still talking about what is being collected, sorted, channelized, but really important to do an entire material recovery, study. If X tons per day is collected, sorted, channelized, is that getting processed, and if so, what is not getting processed? So, clearly need to establish forward linkages, which is presently not there. Secondly, everyone did agree there is a need to revamp the infrastructure, the current infrastructure on MRF and RRF operations, and shift to more effective systems, check the adequacy of existing systems, and look at better technology systems, because perhaps there needs to be a re-evaluation of the fact that perhaps what was set is not working. So do we need to revamp it? Do we need to upgrade it? Or do we need to move to more frontier systems in place? A lot of discussion around recycling, of course. There was also a brief point on, clearly one model not fits all. So even within a city, what may work in high income or middle income group areas may not work in low income group areas. So are we setting systems accordingly? Because clearly some places, some areas, some wards have better systems, but clearly some low-lying wards do not have. So what strategies we need to put in place in order to adopt that? A lot of discussion on financial and economic instruments also. Also, very important discussion on keeping, our eyes open on human resources who are contributing to these facilities, their well-being, what options are they open with, what facilities are they being provided, is there adequate PPE that they are utilizing, because clearly we are talking about tonnage and how much gets channelized where, what gets processed, what gets recycled, but clearly the human angle in most of the interventions is missing. So to devise new systems, but also keeping into mind the human resource in place. There was some touch on EPR also, how the new EPR regulation, the plastic credit system would work in the state. But yeah, I think overall, whatever we devise, the focus should be on minimization. The focus also should be on having efficient and good policies in place to devise a zero waste recovery pathway for the city. So clearly, a lot of discussions around policy and implementation and all these points that I mentioned to strengthen it. And I can ask my team members to add if there's anything that I missed. but yeah, these were some of the star marked points that we discussed in our group. I'll hand it over to Srikumar now, and Srikumar was Srikumar, can you mention what was your breakout room?
My breakout room was actually trying to address the amount of uncollected waste and how to fill in the service and the infrastructure gap that is there, and also address the environmental leakages due to that. So we had a discussion on that. All of them could not discuss. There were two people. One person was from Kozhikode. He didn't want to talk much on Trivandrum, and the other person was on mute. So that's Ranju. That's sadly from Suchita Mission. I wish he had spoken. Might be hidden here. Anyway, Francis Xavier sir was there, the person behind Tumbur Mori model. So he was more not with this topic because he was from Guruvayur. He was more asking us regarding the COVID. Uh, the waste that was coming up from the COVID, and did we quantify that, or did we analyze that? And it seems that the bacterial changes that were coming into the environment, that needs to be given more focus on the kind of diseases that might become prevalent. And he was telling us, I told him we didn't take it up in this study. So that is something he was he wanted us to look into, the kind of changes that has brought in because of such kind of waste coming into the municipal waste stream, and how it is going to affect the people who are actually managing the waste, and also people who might be exposed to it because it is not being recovered or being managed properly. So that is one thing. The next was what our official Mr. Gopakumar sir had said from the corporation's point of view regarding the filling the service gap. That's what we even Binu Francis said that, because they have increased the coverage through Harita Karma Sena from 256 wards. So they're going to increase it further to have a greater penetration. So they're going to fill the gap, service gap. The issue they see is the illegal waste handlers. So that's what we saw in our study also, the unmanaged waste and the uncollected waste. It's actually not uncollected, it's more of mismanaged. That's what he says. These people collect it, they dump it somewhere, and they get a lot of money from that. So two things: one is the households are not interested in segregating the waste and giving it. So, and the difficulty with him, the corporation faces when it comes to actually including these informal sector. I'm talking of service sector, okay, not the value chain, including them into the formal sector, because they get more money, the formal sector gets less. So there is a little bit of political will that is required, and there is support from the corporation that is needed. So there is a difficulty in that part which they are trying to fill it up. They agree that the service gap has to be filled in. And next was the way the MRFs and RRFs are designed. They need to look into the RRFs with respect to that. I think even Emily and Swati, you put that, where different waste streams are coming in, and the facilities have to be catering to such kind of waste streams. So a multi-tier approach, a geographical allocations in that form has to be done. And of course, they agreed on all these facilities need to be revamped. And also the possibility of including the informal sector into the waste collection stream, how to the possibility of it. So wherein the uncontrolled people are not like, you either incentivize these facilities to come into control and disincentivize the facilities which are not maintaining the same kind of control. So they want to do that. So that is the major points that I could gather from our discussion. Thanks, Swati.
Thanks, Srikumar. I think, yeah, I think with most of us, there were some common points which was clearly highlighted. Now moving on to Karthik, who was discussing circular financing with this group. Karthik, over to you.
Thanks, Swati. So We had an interesting audience where we had a perspective from the state and the ULB side, and also a perspective from a private sector side. We basically touched on three themes. One was on understanding the financial mechanism that the city is having and how they are being deployed, understanding circularity and what type of circular models are there where investments can go in, and we discussed on exploring different financial instruments that could exist in the circularity and what gaps are in it. So going on this point. Firstly, as agreed, the city has access to some funds from government, ULB's own resources, and most of these funds which are coming in are going on the collection part of it because collection is being seen as one of the main issue. The user fee model that the city is deploying is not very effective as not many people are ready to pay, and the Harikam Sena which is participating, they are not getting enough money to cover the cost. So they are very self-motivated group, and I think it's the model which the whole Kerala is good with segregation, and it's a model which the city can really explore upon. But to sustain the motivation, a little financial stability is needed at that point. So that was one of the major point that came in. The other was on the use of the CSR and the private funding, where we see that the CSR funding is being directed mostly on the processing part of the waste, and whereas when we look at the private funding, the interest is on the processing and the disposal element. And there are other mechanisms of funding like bonds, which are used in the other cities of of Maharashtra and Gujarat, but it's kind of a gray area which the city hasn't yet explored. Yeah. Um, the next point was basically that the funds that city is getting, what could be the right area where it could be used, and it definitely came out that the infrastructure is needed. It's not they need a landfill or like a very high-end infrastructure, but we need to acknowledge the diversity, the geographical diversity that city has. There are parts of houses where people have enough space and they can do the processing, but then there are high-rise buildings where the processing spaces are not available. And with the current model, it's just one way approach and it's not bringing that balance because the people who are not having any options of processing, where do they go? And I think those are the areas where certain financing has to be diverted, so that there could be a balanced approach and the collection coverage could be increased and the actual processing of the waste is happening. Um, Coming over the next important discussions that we had, so it was basically on the circular models where the city can explore and how can we basically keep the environmental and the social dimension in our mind while the models are designed and an investment is made. It clearly came up with the upcycling and the reuse models or the higher R models of circularity. We see that the business models are not sustainable because the virgin materials are much cheaper than the upcycled products, and that's why it came up as a very strong intervention area that the market for upcycled products has to be created. And even if we want to support the green entrepreneurship in the city, we have to incentivize by marketing their product by buyback schemes or giving them a better access. In Kerala, in Trivandrum, actually, the most of the recycling is happening outside the city, and that was also highlighted as one of a major concern that having the in-house recycling infrastructure can really boost the circular economy, and the circular investments should come for that because ultimately the cost of transfer and transportation is much higher. And I'll just not take much time and put on the last point that we made, which was discussing about the EPR. So EPR is a good mechanism where the money would be coming with the ULBs. But the question still remains that, is actual management of waste is happening or not? And a part of circular investment should also focus on the monitoring mechanisms, which could see that the waste is being collected as claimed and is recycled, as it is being claimed or asked for. So those were the major discussions that we had. Um, my colleagues who participated, if there is anything missed out, please feel free to add here. Thank you.
So thanks, Karthik. I think some very useful points. Also, a lot of them would be quite useful for the action plan. In fact, all these points which everyone has shared in each breakout rooms, they'll be a major part of the action plan that we are formulating. I think we've really summed up everything. Moving to perhaps the last, and also we've reached the closing time. Any questions, any comments? If there's anything that you want to highlight, share, anything that you feel you missed out in the breakout room but want to specify, else we can wrap it up, share the findings and details with all of you. And we would really want all of you to, you can always mail us your inputs and comments. And in case we'll have a draft action plan ready, we'll also circulate it within the group for your further feedback as next steps. So if there's nothing and all of you are really saturated, we've taken a lot of from you, maybe we can call it a day. Okay, I'm assuming most of us are exhausted then.
I forgot to mention one thing that was mentioned during our session, and it was regarding the 70% collection, and just stating that that was seemingly high and wondering how that was determined. And I didn't have the answer, so I wanted to kind of open that up for everyone, for you guys.
Yeah.
Yes,
No,
Swati,
we don't have
also,
yeah.
sorry, Shukumar. So Swati, also in our group, there was certain question on the sample size. And personally, I feel that once the fact sheet is out, the whole methodology document could be easily seen. And you can refer it that how to gauge the credibility on the sample size and the approach.
Yeah. Also, there's this waste-wise cities tool that we can share that with the group along with the fact sheet. Which sort of gives you the step-by-step approach on how, you know, we did this study. And of course, that's something that's been piloted in many countries worldwide. And there's a common data that is being uploaded on a server as well, which at any point anyone can access. So we can sort of link you to share links with all those details further. Yeah.
Yeah.
Would that be okay?
Yep. Moreover, you get it on the website itself. You go to the UN Habitat and ask for just type in waste-wise cities. You get to download the whole tool with the complete details and how the sample size is selected, why it is selected, what is the confidence level, and what is the accuracy of it. That is how we decide on the sample size. Regarding what Emily said, 70% is what is collected. In that, only 57% is actually recovered. The rest is going into the rejects. You got it. It is not. We wouldn't say that it is being handled very well. The controlled manner of handling is only 51%. So that is how it is. Not 71%. It shows as collected because disposal facility the tool sees as at landfill. You got it. But it is not so in Trivandrum because Trivandrum does not have a landfill. So what is being disposed is actually uncontrolled mismanagement. We can say that.
Yeah. So I think it was a very heated discussion, some very great inputs by everyone, and we would really like to thank all the participants and all the stakeholders who contributed.
One point, madam. I am Keshwamar. So actually, as Srikumar said, no, we cannot say that it is completely uncontrolled and mismanaged. We cannot say it like that. See, the corporation collects the negative value material. No? The material which has no value, once in a while, there is a calendar system, and they collect every month, a designated month, they collect a particular material. See, tube lights or CFL fuse bulb, this will not arise every day. It is not coming up every day in the household. It's once in a while only it is coming. So say one particular month they used to collect all these things. Chapels and slippers or clothes, that's not regular waste that is coming up in every household. It's coming up only once in a while. So there is a month for that, a designated month for that. In that period, it is collected. And that collected material, now it is handed over to Clean Kerala Company. We have a system, empaneled agencies are there with a GPS tracking system for transfer, and they have agreements with the cement factories. And material collected from this one is transferred to their godown. They make some cleaning and segregation sorting thing, and from there they transfer the material to the cement factories outside the state. Inside the state, the Malabar cements have no facility for burning the waste. So the chapels, slippers, bags, resins, all these things are sent to mostly to the Dalmia cement factory, Trichy. And we ensure that the people coming to us have proper agreements with that cement factory. Not only that one, the other cement factories. And we cross-check the thing also. That is how it is happening. It's not
100%,
uncontrolled.
100%, sir. We are not telling that it is not being collected at all. What we are telling is that is being collected very well, and we have recorded it very well. We got data from CKCL. We got whatever is going outside. Everything is quantified very well. What we are telling is of that which is being collected, 57% is being recovered. 100%, that is there. What is not being collected? There is a section which is being handled by the illegal waste handlers or informal waste handlers, which we cannot record it. That's what we are telling. We never said that what is being collected is not being handled very well. That is the best part of the recovery system. We have 57% recovery, and CKCL is doing a good job. We know that.
Okay, so
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Keshavan, for your comments and for the clarification. So I think let's call it a day. Thank you, everyone, all the stakeholders and participants who gave time. You're dedicated to us, and for giving inputs to the action plan. Over next week, we'll collate all these inputs and share a draft document with you. And I would really request all of you to please add on to that document, because it will be formally submitted to the corporation to be passed on. And further on, we are also underway on developing circular investment proposals for the city. So we may reach out to a few partners as next steps. Thank you so much for your time. I think it was a really great discussion, and I would really want to thank Jogesh, who at the back end was managing that this entire workshop goes well. To Karthik, Emily, and Srikumar for giving in their time over many days prior to this meeting. Thank you so much, and have a nice evening. Take care, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.